Hey guys, American Channel, and I'm live on my laptop. And this is Marianne. I'm gonna be doing some more reading. Of books that I have here. So we're gonna start with some books here. Okay. Oops. Let's get started. The first book is called Counting Primer by Jennifer Adams, Dracula. One castle. Two friends, Mina, Lucy. Three wolves. 1, 2, 3. Sword, Quincy Morris. Author, Homewood, Dr. Van Helsing. 6 tombstones. 7 diaries and letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 rats. 9 boxes. 10 garlic flowers. The end. Next book is Moby Dick, an ocean premiere. Call Me Ishmael. Doggo, Stub, Starbucks, Sailors. Shipmates, have you shipped in that ship? Gulls, caw, squawk, zzz. Captain, better to sail with a moody good captain than a laughing bad one. The waves rolled by like shores of silver waves. Fish. Alewife, flying fish, swordfish, shad, school of fish, herring. If you are a really big white whale, bite here. Anchor. Harpoons. Whale. Stars. Sing out for new stars. Sherlock Holmes. Hounds howl. Thunder rumbles. Gates screech. Boots scrape. Wheels clatter. Stars creak. Stairs creak. Clocks chime. Leaves rustle. Fire crackles. Doorbells ring. Jungle Book. The Jungle Book. Wolf. Aleke led all the pack by strengthening the cunning. By strength and cunning. See one counsel. Bagheera's eyes were as hard as jade stones. Panthers. Bear. Baloo eats only nuts and roots and honey. Python. Kaa could slip along the branches as quietly as moss grows. Elephant. Hathi the wild elephant trumpeted. Peacock. All along tail and loud talk make Mayo the peacock. Jackal. Tabaku runs about making mischief. Shere Khan, wait for me. Porcupine. Ika, Ika, Ika is full of stories, half hard and very badly told. Half heard and very badly told. Monkeys. Van Foolish and Chattering are the monkeys. Tiger. Roars. Shere Khan roared in the night. Alice in Wonderland. White rabbit. Black shoes. Purple bottles. Purple bottle. Orange cat. Blue caterpillar. Brown hat. Pink flamingos. Pink flamingos. Red hearts. Green frog. Yellow teapot. Richard Scarry, I know my opposites. Dry, wet. Noisy, quiet. Small, big. Opposites are things that are different from each other. Do you know your opposites? Of course you do. Can you find the opposite? The opposite of top is bottom. Can you see Francis Pig at the top of the slide? Can you see Billy Bunny at the bottom? The opposite of up is down. A seesaw can go up and down. Which side of the seesaw is up? Which side is down? Can you find opposites on the street? The opposite of fast is slow. Can you see a fast scooter? Can you see a slow road sweeper? The opposite of above is below. Can you see someone below the ground? Can you see Squeaky Mouse sitting above the ground? The opposite of stop is go. Can you see Scrap Sergeant Murphy as he stops at the gas station? Can you see many things on the go? The opposite of wet is dry. Oh dear, Mr. Frumble has been caught in the rain. He is very wet. Can you find him? Is Robin Rabbit dry under his umbrella? Can you find opposites at school? The opposite of inside is outside. Can you see children outside the school wall? Can you see Miss Honey inside the school grounds? Find friends come in all different sizes. The opposite of big is small. Can you see a big friend and a small friend? The opposite of early is late. Almost all the children arrive early for class, but Vanderbilt Warthog has arrived late. Can you find him? Finding opposites. Can you find opposites everywhere? There might even be some opposites in you. Are you always the same, or are you sometimes opposite? There can be opposites in how you feel. The opposite of happy is sad. There can be opposites in how you look. The opposite of dirty is clean. There can be opposites in how you make noise, how much noise you make. The opposite of noisy is quiet. Well, there are lots of opposites. Did you find all the opposites in this book? Of course you did. Good for you. There can be opposites in how your body feels. The opposite of hot is cold. Blue. Red. Orange. Purple. Counting. One body. Oh. Two eyes. Three horns. Four legs. Five teeth. Six spikes. Seven spots. Eight holes. Nine flags. 10 friends. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. The end. Moses and the Ten Commandments. Joseph and the coat of many colors. Once upon a time, a man called Jacob lived in the land of Canaan. He had 12 sons, but he loved the youngest best. There was Joseph and his little brother Benjamin. Jacob gave Joseph a striped coat of many colors. The older brothers were jealous. Why should Joseph have such a beautiful coat when we only have plain ones? They grumbled. One night, Joseph dreamed he and his brothers were tying up bundles of wheat. Suddenly, his bunch stood up, and all the others bowed down to it. When he told his brothers about this, they hated him even more. A little later, Joseph's brothers took their father's sheep to the hill. When they saw Joseph coming, they whispered, "Let's get rid of Joseph." They grabbed Joseph and threw him in an empty well. Then along came some merchants, and on their way to Egypt, the brothers sold Joseph to them. They splashed goat's blood on his coat and told their father a wild animal had killed Joseph. Poor Joseph, the merchant sold him as a servant to a rich man in Egypt. Joseph faced many hard times in Egypt. He even went to prison, but Joseph was very good at explaining dreams. One day, Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, asked Joseph to explain a dream for him, so Joseph went to the king's palace. I saw 7 fat cows followed by 7 thin cows who ate the fat ones, and the king, "What can it mean?" said the king. "There will be 7 years of good crops," said Joseph, "then 7 years of bad crops. You must begin storing lots of food now." Pharaoh was so pleased with Joseph that he made him governor over all Egypt. After 7 years, the crops did fail, as Joseph had said. Far away in Canaan, Jacob and his sons said to his sons, "Go to Egypt and buy food." The brothers went to the governor, and who do you think it was? Joseph. The brothers bowed to him. This, just as in Joseph's old dream. At first, Joseph pretended not to know them. But when he saw Benjamin, he burst into tears and hugged him. "I am the brother you sold into Egypt," said Joseph. "Go home and bring all the family to Egypt. They won't starve here. Now I see that it was all God's plan." Moses and the Ten Commandments. Long after Joseph was gone, a new Pharaoh came to power. He was afraid the Israelites might take over Egypt, make them work as slaves. Pharaoh ordered his soldiers, But when the Israelites kept growing in number, he said, kill all their baby boys. One mother made a basket out of bulrushes and painted it with tar to make it waterproof. She tucked her baby boy inside and hid the basket among the reeds in the river. Pharaoh's daughter came to the river to bathe every day. She heard the baby crying and found him in the basket. I'll call him Moses, she decided. Moses grew up in the palace almost like a prince, but God had other plans for Moses. You must tell Pharaoh to let my people go. To set my people free. The set my people, the Israelites, free. God told him, I will lead them to the promised land. just like the fingerprints of a person. Why do icicles hang from the roof? When a winter day warms up, a little snow and ice on the roof start to melt and drip. Start to melt and drip. When it turns cold enough to freeze again, the drip turns to ice. When this happens over and over, icicles are made. Fun fact, the largest snowflake ever record recorded fell in Montana in 1887. It was bigger than a frying pan. Why do we see our breath on a cold day? There are very, very small droplets of water in the air we breathe out. When our breath hits the cold air, the droplets freeze and turn into a little cloud like a mini snowstorm. Why do chimpanzees like to eat bananas? Chimps love fruit, and bananas are an especially sweet treat. It's easy for chimps to find bananas. They grow right here in the jungle where wild chimps live. Plus, chimps have hands that are shaped almost like our own, with long fingers and a thumb that make it easy for them to peel the yummy fruit. The first creature ever to go into outer space wasn't a human, it was a chimp named Ham. Sometimes, why do gorillas pound their chest? Sometimes gorillas pound their chest with their hands when they are excited. When a male gorilla thinks there is danger, he will pound on his chest, and he may even throw things and break tree branches. He hopes this behavior will scare away whatever is threatening him. Gorillas don't pound on their chest to start fights. Gorillas are gentle, they just act tough. Oh, there you go. Why don't ducks get soaked? Ducks spend much of their time paddling around in the water, but they never look very wet. This is because they are covered in smooth feathers that overlap to keep the water out. Ducks make a special oil that they comb through their feathers with their beaks. This oil helps make the feathers waterproof and the water runs off their backs. Why can't a turtle leave its shell? A turtle shell is part of its skeleton, just like your backbone is part of your skeleton. A turtle can pull its head and legs inside its shell for protection, but a turtle can't ever leave its shell. The largest turtle weighs as much as a cow. Why are raisins wrinkled? Raisins are grapes that have been dried after the grapes are picked. They are laid out in the sun for about 2 weeks. As the grapes lose their moisture, they become wrinkled and sweet. More grapes are grown around the world than any other fruit. Why is the thunder sometimes loud and sometimes quieter? Thunder is made by lightning. When lightning is close by, the thunder is loud. When lightning is far away, the thunder is not loud. A flash of lightning is hotter than the surface of the sun. If you see lightning in the sky, go inside your house right away. Why do I need to sleep at night? By the end of the day, you need a break. Sleep allows your body to rest and prepare for a new day. This time is like a mini vacation for your body and your brain. If you don't get enough sleep, you may feel grouchy and tired. You may even feel confused or clumsy. It is especially important for children to get enough sleep so their bodies can grow. Sleep is necessary for your body to be strong and healthy. You won't get to sleep by bouncing in bed, so lights out and get some rest. The end. Disney Frozen, I'm Anna. Disney Frozen, I'm Anna. I'm Anna. I live in the kingdom of Arendelle. My sister Elsa and I were really close when we were little. We built a snowman, we went sledding, we skated on the pond. But one day she just shut me out, and I didn't know why. I spent my days talking to paintings. I was lonely. But then I found someone special. Elsa wouldn't bless my marriage to Hans because we just met that day. She got upset. I got mad. And her magic accidentally froze our kingdom. She ran away. I had to find her. I knew my sister wouldn't hurt me, and I was born ready for adventure. On my search, I met new friends, Kristoff, Sven, and Olaf. I found Elsa on the North Mountain, but she wanted to be alone. Elsa didn't mean to do it, but her magic froze my heart. Kristoff took me to see the trolls. They told me that only an act of true love can thaw a frozen heart. We raced back to Hans, but I was wrong about him. It wasn't true love. Olaf helped me understand what true love is. I love my sister, and the act of love for her thawed my heart. As Olaf says, some people are worth melting for. The end. Let me see if I can put that over here. The story of Easter. When spring comes, baby animals are born and the flowers begin to bloom. Springtime also brings Easter. On Easter we remember Jesus and what he did for us. Jesus loved all boys and girls and moms and dads too. He was called the Good Shepherd. Moms and dads and boys and girls loved Jesus too. They laid palm branches in his path. But some men did not like Jesus. They put him on a cross to die. His friends were sad. On that first Easter, Jesus' friends met an angel. He told them, Jesus has risen. He is alive today. His friends were very happy. We celebrate Easter because Jesus lived again on that first Easter morning. On Easter Sunday, we go to church and sing about Jesus. Churches place crosses on their steeples to remind us of Jesus' love. Now on Easter morning, you'll know that Jesus loved us so much that he gave his life for us so that we can live too. The end. Look out, kindergarten, here I come. Look out, kindergarten, here I come. Look out, kindergarten, here I come. Wake up, dear, said Henry's mom. It's the first day of kindergarten. Oh boy, let's go, said Henry. He had been getting ready for this day all year. Not so fast, said his mom. First, you need to wash up and get dressed. So Henry brushed his teeth the way his dentist had shown him and washed behind his ears. Then he buttoned his shirt and shaped his jeans and almost tied his shoes. Okay, I'm all ready for kindergarten, said Henry. Not so fast, said his mom. First, you need a good breakfast. So Henry ate 3 pancakes and a bowl of fruit and drank a big glass of milk. Now I'm ready to go, said Henry. Not so fast, said his mom. You still need to pick up your supplies. So Henry packed pencils, scissors, crayons, paper, glue, and an apple. A photo of his mom and dad in case he got lonely. Now I'm ready, said Henry. What do you think we'll do first? Asked Henry. Do you think we'll paint? Sure you will, said his mom. Just like at home. Good, said Henry. What else will we do? You'll probably learn your ABCs, said his mom. Hey, I already know the letters in my name, said Henry. What will we do after that? You'll sing songs and play games. And you might practice counting, said his mom. 1, 2, 3 flowers, said Henry. I can count to 10 because we practice counting with buttons. What comes next? You'll make fun things in art and crafts, and you'll read stories. But I can't read, said Henry. That's okay, said his mom. You'll start by listening. Reading comes later. Here we are, said Henry's mom. It's so big, said Henry. What if I get lost? Remember, we found your room and your cubby at kindergarten roundup, said his mom. But you can always ask a teacher for help. When Henry got to his room and saw lots of new faces, he said, I want to go home. Uh-oh, Henry. Why don't you come in and look around, said his teacher, Miss Bradley. So Henry looked around. He saw the art corner. He saw letters and numbers that he knew. He saw a bookcase full of books. He met a new friend to play with. What will what do you think? Well, what do you think? Asked Henry's mom. I think I might stay for a while, Mom, said Henry. Because kindergarten is going to be fun. The end. William B's Wonderful World of Tractors and Farm Machines. William B's Wonderful World of Tractors and Farm Machines. Hello, I'm William B., and this is my wonderful world of tractors and machines. Tractors and farm machines help farmers grow most of the food we eat. Potatoes and sugar and wheat and peas and carrots and apples and strawberries and, well, you get the idea. If it wasn't for farmers, there wouldn't be any bread or pasta or chips or sweet or cakes or cereal or jam or anything much to eat at all. Tractors are the most useful of farm machines. They can be very small and thin like this one. It can get between apples, pear, and plum trees without knocking the fruit off all the branches. Tractors can be very, very big like this one. It can cover hectare after hectare. if you have a very, very big farm. It's wider than most tractors are long. And even one as long as this. It has 4 great big wheels, 2 great big engines, like 2 tractors joined together, which makes it very powerful and perfect for pulling the heaviest machinery through the thickest mud. It's all the pulling and pushing and carrying and lifting that makes tractors so useful. They are useful because of what they can pull, like this plow. Plows prepare the ground for planting. They turn the soil upside down and downside up by burying all the weeds. Tractors are useful for what they can push, like this great big pile of smelly manure. It gets spread over the upside down soil and adds lots of nutrients and smelly goodness to help the crops grow. Tractors are useful for what they can pick up, like these 3 great big trunks. They weigh as much as another tractor. Tractors are useful for what they can scoop up, like these potatoes. They are shaken about to get rid of the dirt, then loaded into this wagon. Tractors are useful for what they can carry, like this tank full of fertilizer. It gets sprayed onto the crops to help them grow bigger and healthier. And tractors are useful for where they can go, which is pretty much anywhere. Some tractors have big wheels for going over hard, dry, bumpy ground. Some tractors have tracks just like tanks, and bulldozer for wet, soft, muddy ground like this one. Not that I have any intention of proving it. Mine is brand new and I don't want to get it dirty. Farms and farmers have been around a lot longer than tractors. So what did they use before cows like Daisy and Buttercup? Or maybe a big horse like Brian? They could pull the plows across the field or wagons full of crops. The first tractors were steam engines plowed by coal. Like modern tractors, they were used to power farm machines that didn't have engines of their own. Like the great big wooden threshing machine, because threshing machines do not have an engine in the wheat. The wheat has to be cut by hand and dropped into the top. Then it separates the bit of at the top of the wheat, the grain which makes our bread and cereal, and straw which the likes of Daisy, Buttercup, and Brian sleep on. Today's threshing machine is called a combine harvest. It does what the old one did, but because it has an engine, it can go along cutting harvesting with the wheat itself. Then it sorts the grain from the straw like the old threshing machine did. The combine harvest drops Daisy, Buttercup, and Brian's bedding in a neat line along the field. Then we use this in my self-propelling, fully automatic straw blader. It gathers up all the loose straw, squishes it tightly together, and drops it out of the back. Hey presto, straw bales! There is another machine on the farm that is not powered by an engine, or even by Daisy or Buttercup or Brian. You might not even know it is a machine at all. It's a windmill. It has great big sails which turn in the wind and drive the milling machine inside. This crushes the grain from the wheat This crushes the grain from the wheat until it is flour, which makes bread, which reminds me. We all get up really early this morning to show you my tractors, the one that pulls, the one that pushes, the one that lifts, and the one that scoops and shakes. And my farm machines, the steam engine and the threshing machine and the combine harvest, and of course Daisy and Buttercup and Brian. So early that we forget to have any breakfast, and farming and making all that work is very hungry. William B.'s farm makers of the very best breakfast cereal. And this book is in the UK. Available from Elephant Service Stations. If you enjoyed this book, you might also like William B.'s Wonderful World of Trains, Boats and Planes, William B.'s Wonderful World of Trucks. The end. And this book in UK is £12 and £12.99. Okay. From Slave to Soldier. From Slave to Soldier. Johnny and Nell. Johnny was a small boy, but each morning he got on Nell's back and drove 40 cows into their making pens. Later, Johnny helped to churn the butter, carried buckets of water from the spring in the road, Nell to the fields to bring the men lunch. He worked hard all day long, but no one ever thanked him. Instead, when one of the cows wandered away, the masters gave Johnny a beating. Johnny put his head against Nell's neck and wiped away a tear. "Oh, Nell, even when I try my best, they don't care," he whispered. "Now that Mama's gone, you and Uncle Silas are all I have. I love you, girl, but I sure hate being a slave." Uncle Silas longed for freedom, too. Folks in the southern states want to keep us in slavery, but Abe Lincoln aims to set us free. Uncle Silas told Johnny, "You fight if there is a war," Johnny asked. "Would you fight if there is a war?" Johnny asked. Uncle Silas said softly, "I'm too old to be a soldier, Johnny, but if I was young like you, I might join the Union Army." Soldiers. One cold day, Johnny and Nell were driving the cows to a pasture near the road. Suddenly, Nell let out a loud snort. Johnny saw hundreds of soldiers marching toward them. "Look at their blue uniforms," he whispered to Nell's ear. "Those are Union soldiers from the north." A tall soldier left the line and came up to Johnny. "Hello there, my name is Ben. Is this fine black mule yours?" "No, sir," said Johnny. "She belongs to Dr. Hogot. This is his farm. I'm a slave here." "Is that so?" said Ben, scratching Nell's soft nose. "Well, since it's not your farm and not your mule, why don't you come along with us? We could use a strong boy like you. You can join the Union Army and be free." The Union Army wanted him. Johnny could hardly believe his ears. He looked into the soldier's kind face. "But if I go, I'll be a runaway." Ben patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll take care of you." Oh, there he is. Johnny didn't want to be a slave, but how could he leave Uncle Silas and Nell? Then he remembered what Uncle Silas said. Johnny made up his mind. "If I join the Union Army, maybe I can help Uncle Silas get free too." Johnny threw his arms around Nell's neck. Nell nudged his arm with her big ear. "You must go now," he told her, "but I'll never forget you, girl." Then Johnny step fell into step beside his new friend. Ben smiled. This Here's Johnny, he told the soldiers. He wants to be a soldier. The long march. At first, Johnny felt excited as he walked along, but the soldiers marched so fast he could hardly keep up. His feet began to hurt. He felt small and shy. He missed Uncle Silas and Nell. Do I really belong here? He wondered, but it was too late. He couldn't turn back now. When the soldiers stopped, everybody got busy making camp. Johnny stood alone, wondering what to do. Ben took his arm. Come and meet Dave. He drives a supply wagon. You can help him feed the mules. At supper time, Dave gave Johnny a tin pail and a cup. Johnny ate stew and a biscuit called hardtack. Everything tasted strange and new. After supper, the soldiers told stories around the fire. Come sit by me, little Johnny and Dave, said Dave. At bedtime, Dave spread out a blanket. Roll up in this to stay warm, he said. Johnny tried to sleep on the cold, hard ground. His legs were sore. His heart was sore, too. Did I do the right thing? Johnny wondered. In the Union Army. Dave woke Johnny with a gentle shake. I'm taking you to meet the captain this morning, Dave said. He's in charge of Company C. When they entered the tent, Dave shouted, Captain, this is Johnny, said Dave, patting Johnny's shoulder. He's the boy we picked up on the road. The captain said, So you want to be a soldier? You're a little young, aren't you? Johnny was scared, but he lifted his chin. I'm small, but I'm strong. I can take care of a mule. That's the spirit, said the captain with a smile. I could use help with the supply wagon, Dave said. The captain nodded. Want to give it a try, Johnny? Johnny tried to salute just like Dave. Oh, yes, sir, Dave. And the captain grinned. Dave was proud of his mules. Our team is the best, he told Johnny. Here are Jim and Jenny, the lead mules. Pete and Rhonda pull in the middle. Kitty and Tuff are closest to the wagon wheels. Johnny scratched Kitty's neck. She looked just like Nell. It's not easy to drive a team of 6 mules, Dave warned him. Johnny smiled and patted Kit. I'm ready to try. Every day, Johnny worked hard at driving. Count on Johnny. The team. You're good with the mules, Dave told him. Can I drive the team alone? Johnny asked eagerly. Whoa, not so fast, said Dave. You're not ready just yet. One night, Dave did not join the others at supper. The captain asked, Where's Dave? He had a bad stomachache, said Johnny. The captain frowned. What's in your wagon, Johnny? Bacon, coffee, and hardtack, Johnny told him. The captain looked worried. Some of our soldiers are keeping watch down the road. They haven't eaten since morning, he said. Let me drive the wagon to them, Johnny begged. Can you handle the mules alone? Johnny asked the captain. Johnny swallowed hard. Can you count on me? It was hard to hitch up the mules in the dark, but Johnny did it. He gave Kitty the extra pat. Ben and the other soldiers are hungry, he told her. They need us to bring them food. Let's prove that we can do it. Johnny drove the wagon down the dark road. Now and then the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Johnny shivered in the cold air. Suddenly he heard rushing water up ahead. He could see a bridge. Oh no, a river. On the bridge, the roar of the water filled Johnny's ears. Johnny was afraid to cross the bridge, but what else could he do? Ben and the other soldiers needed him. Let's go, team, he called. Slowly the mules lifted their heavy feet onto the wooden planks. Johnny tried not to look down. Just thinking about that deep cold water made him shiver. Boom! A cannon reared close by. The mules shuddered and tossed their heads. Their eyes were wide with fear. Johnny tried to calm his team. Steady now. Suddenly he felt an awful jolt. Crack! What was that? Cried Johnny. He felt the wagon jerk. One of the wheels had broken through a plank on the bridge. Oh no. Johnny looked down. If the wagon slipped more, they would all topple into the rushing river. He tightened Kitty's reins and kicked her sides hard. Let's go, Kitty. Johnny felt Kitty pulling, but the heavy wagon didn't move. Johnny leaned down and yelled, Come on, girl, you can do it. Slowly, slowly, Johnny felt the wagon lift up. There, the wheel was free at last. They moved across the bridge to safety. Kitty's sides were shaking. Johnny's hands were shaking too. In the moonlight, he saw soldiers up ahead. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, look, fellas, it's Johnny. Ben rushed to the wagon and lifted Johnny down. Are you okay, Ben? Asked Johnny. Thanks to you, we are, said Ben with a grin. Hooray for Johnny, the men cried in low, excited whispers. The littlest mule team driver. The next morning, Dave felt better. Johnny and Dave were fixing their wagon when the captain came to see them. Is this the wagon of the best mule team drivers in the Union Army? He asked. Dave put his arms around Johnny. It sure is, sir. I didn't think Johnny was ready, but he proved he could drive a team as well as any soldier. The captain nodded. There's only one problem. Did I do something wrong, sir? Johnny was worried. No problem is that you don't look like a soldier, the captain said. No problem is that you don't look like a soldier, the captain said. Johnny glanced down at his ragged clothes. But this is all I have, he said. The captain winked and handed him a bundle. Johnny tore it open. A uniform. Thank you. The captain shook Johnny's hand. Thank you, Johnny. We're proud to have such a brave boy in Company C. Johnny beamed. I'm proud to be here, sir. Johnny put on his new coat and cap and saluted. Dave and the captain saluted back. Johnny ran to show Kitty his new uniform. Look, girl, I'm ready to do. I really do belong now. I just wish Uncle Silas and Nell could see me. Kitty nudged his arm with her big head, just like Nell used to do. I love you, Kitty, Johnny said, as he laughed, and my new friends too. But most of all, I love being free. The end. The end. Okay. Yeah, the end. Frog in love. Frog in love. Frog was sitting on the riverbank. He felt funny. He didn't know if he was happy or sad. He had been walking about in a dream all week. What could be wrong with him? Then he met Piglet. Hello, Frog, said Piglet. You don't look very well. What's the matter with you? I don't know, said Frog. I feel like laughing and crying at the same time. There's something going thump-thump inside of me. Maybe you've caught a cold, said Piglet. You'd better go home to bed. Frog went on his way. He was worried. Then he passed Hare's house. Hare, he said, I don't feel well. Come along and sit down, said Hare kindly. Now then, he said, what's the matter with you? Sometimes I go hot, sometimes I go cold, said Frog. There's something going thump-thump inside of me. He put his hand on his chest. Harry thought hard, just like a real doctor. It's your heart, he said. Mine goes thump-thump too. But mine sometimes thumps faster than usual, said Frog. It goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. He took a big book down from his bookshelf and turned the pages. Ah, he said, listen to this. Heartbeat, speed up. Hot, cold. Turns. It means you're in love. In love, said Frog, surprised. Wow, I'm in love. And he was so pleased that he did a tremendous jump right out of the door and up in the air. Ooh. Piglet was quite scared when Frog suddenly came, falling from the sky. You seem to be better, said Piglet. I am. I feel just fine, said Frog. I'm in love. Well, that's good news. Who are you in love with? Asked Piglet. Frog hadn't stopped to think about that. I know, he said. I'm in love with the pretty nice, lovely white duck. You can't be, said Piglet. A frog can't be in love with a duck. You're green and she's white. But Frog didn't let that bother him. He couldn't write, but he could do beautiful paintings. Back at home, he painted a lovely picture with red and blue in it and lots of green and his favorite color. That in the evening, when it was dark, he went out with his picture and pushed it under the door of Duck's house. His heart was beating hard with excitement. Well, Duck was very surprised when she found the picture. Who could have sent me this beautiful picture? She cried. She hung it on the wall. The next day, Frog picked a beautiful bunch of flowers. He was going to give them to Duck. But when he reached her door, he felt so shy to face her. He put the flowers down on the doorstep and ran away as fast as he could go. So it went on day after day. Frog just couldn't pluck up the courage to speak. Oh. Duck was very pleased with all her lovely presents, but who could be sending them? Poor Froggy didn't enjoy his food any more. He couldn't sleep at night. Things went on like this for weeks. Oh, poor. How could he show Duck he loved her? I must do something nobody else can do. He decided I must break the world high jump record. Dear Duck will be very surprised, and then she'll love me back. Frog started training at once. He practiced the high jump for days on end. He jumped higher and higher right up to the clouds. No frog in the world had ever jumped so high. What can be the matter with Frog? Asked Duck. Worried jumping like that is dangerous. He'll do himself an injury. She was right. At 13 minutes past 2 on Friday afternoon, things went wrong. Frog was doing the highest jump in history, but when he lost his balance and fell to the ground, Duck, who happened to be passing at the time, came hurrying up to help him. Frog couldn't hardly walk. Duck took him home with her and nursed him. Oh, Frog, you might have been killed, she said. You really must be careful. I'm so fond of you. Then at last Frog plucked up his courage. I'm very fond of you too, dear Duck, he stammered. His heart was going thump-thump faster than ever, and his face turned deep green. Ever since then they have loved each other dearly, a frog and a duck, green and white. Love knows no boundaries. The end. The Three Little Pigs. The Three Little Pigs. There once was a mother pig with so many little piglets that they were always under one foot or another. So she told the three oldest to go out into the world, and when they asked if they could stay, she said, "No, no, you've got to go." Now the three little pigs each needed a home, but building a house was a lot of work, and the first little pig would rather watch TV. So he found some hay. He thought he had it made. A house of hay. What a good day. The first little pig built his house as fast as he could. When he was done, he felt he had earned the rest, so he turned on his TV and said with a sigh, "Now I can sit and rest a bit." But the wolf was watching. This was not a nice wolf. This wolf was bad. He knocked politely on the door. The little pig's TV, however, was too loud to hear, so the wolf had to shout, little pig, let me come in." This pig heard, but he did not want to let the wolf in, so he yelled back, "Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin." This did not make the wolf happy. He was bad, and he was mad. Oh. So the wolf shouted back, "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in." And that's just what he did. Oh no, I have to go." And with that, the little pig ran away. But when he came back to get his TV, the wolf gobbled him up. And that was the end of the first little pig. A pig to eat. How sweet. Oh no. Now the second little pig did not want to build a house either. He would so much rather eat. So when he stumbled upon a pile of sticks, he thought he had it made, a house of sticks. So is what I picked. The second little pig built his house as fast as he could. When he was done, he felt sure he had earned a treat, so he opened his refrigerator and said with glee, "I want to eat. I want a treat." But the wolf was watching, so up to the door he leaped and knocked politely. The second little pig, however, was too busy eating to hear, so the wolf had to shout, little pig, let me come in." This the pig heard, but he did not want to let the wolf in, so with his mouth full he mumbled, this made the wolf mad. He was bad. He was mad. So the wolf shouted back, "Then I'll huff and puff and I'll blow your house in." And that's just what he did. Oh no, I want to go. And with that, the little pig ran away. But when he came back to get his favorite sucker, the wolf grabbed him up. And that was the end of the second little pig. What little pig? That little pig was big. Now the third pig wanted to build a house. So he found a pile of bricks. He knew just what to do. A house of bricks is very thick. Look at the wolf. He banged his toe. Ouch. The third little pig built his house carefully. Then he washed his dishes and swept the floor. And when he was done, he looked around and said, "I'm done. That was fine." But the wolf was watching. Up to the door he marched and knocked very loud. The third little pig, however, was too smart to answer, so the wolf had to shout, little pig, let me come in." This the pig certainly heard. He checked every lock so the wolf couldn't break in. Before he shouted, "Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin." This made the wolf furious. He was bad. He was mad. So the wolf yelled, "Then I'll puff and I'll huff and I'll blow your house in." So he huffed and puffed and huffed, but he couldn't blow the brick house down. The wolf said, "This brick is thick." So the wolf stopped huffing and puffing and tried getting in through the chimney instead. This was not a good idea. See the pot? It's hot. The wolf landed right in the big old pot. And because he made such a delicious soup, the third little pig gobbled him up, and that was the end of that bad wolf. And how, you may ask, did the bad wolf taste? Not bad, not bad. The end. The Pudgy Patty Cake Book. Patty cake, patty cake, patty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with a B. Put it in the oven for baby and me. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. Hushes, hushes, we all tumble down. Teddy bear, turn around. Teddy bear, touch the ground. Teddy bear, shine your shoes. Teddy bear, how old are you? I had a little duck, his name was Teeny Tim. I put him in a bathtub to see if he could swim. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. When I see the teacups, hear me shout, tip me up and pour me out. This little piggy went to the market, this little piggy stayed home, this little piggy had roast beef, this little piggy had none, and this little piggy cried, wee, 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 all the way home. The eensy weensy spider crawled up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. And the eensy weensy spider crawled up the spout again. Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold. Peas porridge in the pot 9 days old. Some like it hot, some like it cold. Some like it in the pot 9 days old. The end. Follow your dreams, little ones. Follow your dreams, little one. There's so much good you can do. Just look at all the legends who come before you. Langston Hughes. Raise your voice like Langston Hughes. Langston, James, and Audrey wrote poems about Black pride. James Baldwin spoke in a way that made people want to listen. Andre Lino Talley showed that grace and kindness are always in style. Use your art like Archie Gordon and David. Aaron Douglas made paintings for and about Black people. Gordon Parks focused his camera on troubles in America. Sir David and Jay designed buildings inspired by people and culture. Reach new heights like Alvin, Arthur, Bill, John, and Leland. Alvin Alley danced all around the world. Arthur Ashe proved that even a quiet person can be a big voice for change. Bill Russell always tried to be the best teammate he could be. John Robinson taught Black pilots how to fly. Leland Melvin worked hard enough to travel into space. Make a difference like Garetta, Arturo, and Charles. Garetta Morgan was an inventor and a hero. Arturo Schmungberg collected stories of Africans around the world. Charles R. Darwin had an idea that saved a lot of lives. Stand up for what's right, like Harry, Bass, Frederick, and Thurgood. Harry Belafonte led the way for so many as a musician, actor, and activist. Bass Reeves was a lawman who protected good guys and animals alike. Frederick Douglass wrote his story and spoke up for those who couldn't. Thurgood Marshall fought for equal rights as a lawyer and judge. Wherever you go, whatever you see, reach for the stars and always be the best you can be. The end. Okay, let's see. Hanukkah in Alaska. Hanukkah in Alaska. In Alaska in winter, we have to watch out for moose. We have to look both ways. When we go out the door, make sure there are no moose around. That's because moose are very big and they kick things that surprise them or make them angry. Their big kicks are strong enough to dent a car. My mother drives slowly in the winter, looking out for moose. When my friends and I are playing outside and a moose comes along, we have to hug a tree. A moose can't step on you or knock you, or even if you're hugging a tree. Also, during winter in Alaska, it's dark, not just at night for sleeping, but almost all the time. It doesn't get light until it's already snack time at school. It's dark again, practically right after lunch. Daytime is only 5 hours long. And sometimes, when there's so much snow it covers up the window, daylight can barely peek in. Alaska snow piles up everywhere. It gets so deep that the moose with their skinny legs have trouble walking in it. They like to use the people's shoveled driveways and paths. That's why a moose lives in our backyard. He wandered up our driveway, found a good spot where he could nibble at our trees, and decided to stay. He sleeps in our yard and eats our trees. I tried throwing carrots at him, but even cookies, but he really likes the tree with my blue swing on it. I'm worried about my swing. Once we saw a moose walking around town with a swing in his antlers. He'd gotten tangled and it just tore the whole swing away. I think the dark and that moose are making me kind of grumpy because even Hanukkah hasn't cheered me up. My friends and I pretend to be dreidels spinning in the snow, and when the mail lady comes, she always has another present for me from my aunts and uncles outside. Do you know that everywhere else from Alaska is called outside? But every time I light a new candle in our menorah, I look out the window and it's still dark, and that moose is still there, too close to my swing and eating our trees. My mother and I throw some apples, hoping he'll like them instead, but he just watches them fall and eats more trees. One night, as I'm lighting the last Hanukkah candle, my father says, "Let's go outside. I have something to show you." With the moose there, don't worry, we'll stay far away. I put on my long underwear and 2 layers of socks. I put on my thick baggy pants and a sweatshirt. I put on a snowsuit on over. I put a snowsuit on over all that 2 layers of mittens and a hat. Still, it's freezing cold outside and it's very dark, and I do not like being anywhere near that moose. I want that moose away from my swing. Dad, what are we waiting for? Just wait, you'll see. But he's looking at that sky. I'm looking at that moose. Mom says maybe we can try some fresh spinach. Maybe he'll leave your swing alone for something green. But the spinach doesn't work. I'm freezing, Dad says. It's a perfect night. You'll see. Suddenly, Dad points up to the sky. There are pink and purple and orange ribbons of light. The sky is full of color, all swirling and shining and glowing against the dark black of the sky. The lights are bright, beautiful. I have never seen anything like this. So much light and so much big, filling the sky, coloring the sky a rainbow on the black velvet. There's the Aurora Borealis. They're called the Northern Lights, Dad says. Aurora Borealis. They happen suddenly up there in Alaska. They happen especially up here in Alaska, but only when the sky is just right. Our very own Hanukkah festival of lights. It looks like ribbons of wax. All the candles from all the menorahs melting in the dark. Light it up. I stare at those. Lighting it up, I stare at those lights. I stare so hard I don't even notice the moose sticking his head through my swing. Oh no. The next thing I know, the moose is yanking on the chain, pulling on the whole tree. Crack, clank, snort. I can't stand it. That moose will tear everything up. But then I have an idea. I run into the house and ran back outside with my hands full. I wave what I have at the moose. He sniffs, turning his head away from the swing. I back up, laying what I have down in the snow. The moose stretches his head, reaches for it, and backing up, laying more down, and the moose follows me out of the yard, down the driveway, away. I lay the last branch down and race back into our yard. I look at the sky, at the lights. I'm so happy to see those lights. I'm so happy that Moose is gone. My parents are surprised. What did you feed him? They ask. What did he like so much? Latkes, I answer. Hanukkah can be pretty funny in Alaska, and miracles can happen in a lot of different ways. The end. Dolly Parton, I'm a rainbow. Dolly Parton, I'm a rainbow. Colors make up our whole world, everything we say and do. But did you know each boy and girl is made of colors too? When I'm tickled pink, it means I'm feeling dandy. Everything is great and as sweet as cotton candy. But guess what happens when my sister pulls my hair? Then I turn red. I'm as angry as a bear. If mommy says time out, I pout for a minute or two. Then I get bored and sad and I feel kind of blue. Sometimes I get jealous that I am feeling green. That happens when I'm left out of a happy scene. When I am feeling scared, kids call me yellow, but I can find my courage and be a brave fella. When we all play together, it makes me feel so cozy. My mood is joyful and everything is rosy. So remember as you go from hue to hue that each and every person has feelings too. It's not always up to you the way that you feel, but how you act is a different deal. So be a rainbow, shine above, and filter all your glow through love. The nature's way, those colors you show. It's nature's way, those colors you show. So simply say, I'm a RAINBOW, rainbow. The end. Little brown mouse. McDonald's. Down by the gate of the little blue house lived some bees and some bunnies and a little brown mouse. Little brown mouse lives under a tree with her little brown mouseskins 1, 2, and 3. The garden is blooming this fine sunny day. Mama says to her mouseskins, let's go out to play. We're hungry, they squeak. We want some berries, red ones or black ones, or these ripe, juicy cherries. Yawn, sighs the munchkins. Mama's tired too, so it's back to their tree by the house that is blue. On a soft, cozy bed. Oh, a soft, cozy bed is so very nice for a little brown mouse and her little brown mice. The end. Okay, let's do that. Earthquake! Earthquake! Little Chucky Ducky had just finished swimming his morning laps. He dried off his bill, wiped off his 2 webbed feet, and was letting the water roll off his back when suddenly he heard the ground rumble. He felt the ground rumble, and then with a stumble, Chucky Ducky went down in a tumble. Oh, good golly! Oh, good golly, quacked the duck as he got up and unruffled his feathers. The earth is crumbling, the earth is crumbling. Why, it's a quake, he cried. I have to warn my friends. Without a minute to waste, Chucky Ducky waddled and flapped and waddled across the meadow, where he saw Lucy Goosey. The earth is crumbling, the earth is crumbling. It's a quake, quacked the duck. The goose gave a gander. Are you sure? Asked Lucy. Not all convinced. Of course I'm sure, answered Chucky Ducky. I heard what I heard. I felt what I felt. I saw what I saw. I saw it. And then suddenly, right below their 4 webbed feet, they heard the ground grumble. They felt the ground tumble. Before they knew it, Chucky Ducky, Lucy Goosey were taking a tumble. The earth is crumbling, honked the goose. I tell you it's a quake, quacked the duck. We have to warn our friends without a minute to waste. Chucky Ducky and Lucy Goosey waddled and flapped and waddled up to the barnyard. And who should they meet, scratching and hatching, but Vicky, Nicky, and Ricky Chicky? The earth is crumbling, it's a quake, quacked the duck. Is there some kind of trick, cheap a chick? Is this some kind of trick, cheap the chick? I heard what I heard. I felt what I felt. I saw what I saw, and I saw it, said Chucky Ducky. Me too, said Lucy Goosey, and then suddenly, right before their 4 webbed feet and 6 little chicken legs, they heard the ground rumble. Then they felt the ground rumble, and before they knew it, they were all taking a tumble. The earth is crumbling, cheeped the chicks. The earth is crumbling, honked the goose. I tell you, it's a quake, quacked the duck. We have to warn our friends without a minute to waste. Chucky Ducky, Lucy Goosey, Vicky, Nicky, and Ricky Chicky flapped and waddled and flapped to a troop up to the coop where they saw Brewster Rooster. The earth is crumbling! The earth is crumbling! It's a quake! Cried the duck. Sound the alarm! Honked the goose. Excuse me, but I doodle-doo. Once a day, said the rooster calmly, raking a comb through his feathers. Read my job description. But you just gotta crow, cried the three little chicks. Yes, yes, said Chucky Ducky. I heard what I heard. I felt what I felt. I saw what I saw. I saw it. Me too, said honked Goosey Lucy. We three, chirped Vicky, Nicky, and Ricky Chicky. Then suddenly, right before their four webbed feet, 6 little chicken legs and 2 big drumsticks. They heard the ground grumble. Then they felt the ground rumble. Before they knew it, they were all taking a tumble. The earth is crumbling, quacked, squawked the rooster. The earth is crumbling, chipped the sheep, the chicks. The earth is crumbling, honked the goose. I'll tell you, it's a quake, quacked the duck. We've got to warn our friends. Without a minute to waste, Brewster Rooster let out a caw. Cock-a-doodle-doo! So what's new? asked Sue Ewe, hoofing it on over to Brewster Rooster with her lamb, Sam, and ham. Yes, what's the big to-do? grumbled Nanny Goat, pleased that all the hubba bubba had awakened Billy the Kid from his afternoon nap. Yeah, we're interrupting my lunch, snorted Iggy Piggy with wiping his snout in a pout. The earth is crumbling! The earth is crumbling! I tell you, it's a quake! Quacked the duck. Oh, it can't be that bad, sighed Sam, Pam, and Sue. It sounds nutty to me, said Murr Squirrel, going out on a limb. But I heard what I heard. I felt what I felt. I saw what I saw. I saw it, quacked the duck. Hogwash, grunted the pig. Then suddenly they all heard a grumble. They all felt a rumble. Then one by one they all went down with a tumble. Run for they all went down with a tumble. Run for the hills, snored Inky Pinky. Take to the trees, squeaked Mer Squirrel. The doorway, you ninnies, neighed the Billy. So they listened to the kid and ran to the door of the big barn and huddled and cuddled and hoped that they were safe from any more rumbling, grumbling, and most of all, crumbling. Now, several yards away under a sticky thicket, watching all the commotion, was one very hungry weasel. Uh-oh. He muttered greedily, licking his lips. Lamb chops, bacon, roast goose, chicken, and squirrel stew. Yum, yum, yum! The wormy weasel grinned. My pantry is pretty paltry, but I have an idea that will get their goat and give me one big banquet buffet. So without a minute to waste, the sneaky weasel climbed out of the sticky thicket, made out a menu for the month, and cleverly disguised himself in his long white waiter coat. The earth is crumbling, the earth is crumbling, he shouted, running toward the barn. You know about the quake, asked the ducks from the doorway. I heard what I heard, I felt what I felt, I saw what I saw, and I saw it, lied the weasel. Brewster Rooster pointed a wing and cocked his head with a suspicion. I've never seen you around here before. Who exactly are you? Name's Herman, the weasel said with a sly smile. As it happens, I'm an expert on rumbles and crumbles. In fact, I have a quake-proof hideaway not too far from here. You'll be much safer if you come with me. Yes, yes, we want to be safe, they said, rushing from the doorway of the big red barn, lining up behind Herman, not knowing he was really a lying, conniving weasel. So off went Chucky Ducky, Loosey Goosey, Vicky, Nicky, Ricky Chicky, Brewster Rooster, Suey Ooey, with her 2 lambs, Pam and Sam, Nanny Goat, Billy the Kid, Merle Squirrel, Iggy Piggy, into the deep dark thicket thickest thickets of the woods the group trooped. Uh-oh. After a ways and a while, the weasel stopped. He pointed. "Down here," he said with a sneer. Vicky, Nicky, Ricky, Chicky took a peep. "But that just looks like a hole," said the chicks. "A dark hole," noticed Nanny. "And it looks like such a long way down," said Sam and Pam. "Come now, don't be sheepish," said the weasel, saddling up to Sue and already planning a supper of lamb stew. He was just about to give Chucky Ducky the first shove down the hole when suddenly there was a grumble and a rumble, and the ground around the weasel started to crumble. First a trip, then a stumble, right through the thicket out of his white winter coat. "Oh no, I think I made a fumble." "Well, that was a weaselly little fella," cried Brewster Rooster, waving the white winter coat. "Thank goodness we're safe." But I tell you, it's still a quake," quacked the duck as the earth rumbled and crumbled all around their feet. "Yes, it's still a quake," they shouted. "It's a quake! It's a quake!" "It's not a quake," the two heads suddenly poking up from the dirt. "It's not a quake," they said. "It's just us," the two answered with a wink and a blink. "Joel and Lo Mo! Joel and Lo Mo!" they all said, looking at one another. "You mean the earth isn't grumbling?" squeaked the Loosey Goosey, Brewster Rooster, and the three little chicks. "You mean the earth isn't rumbling?" squealed Iggy Piggy and Merle Squirrel. "You mean the earth isn't climbing?" cried out Nanny, Billy, Pam, Sam, and Sue. "No quake!" cried Chucky Ducky. "We don't know anything about grumbles and rumbles, crumbles and quakes," mumbled the moles, stumbling out from their holes. "We're just looking for our cousin's great ferret. Does anyone know the way to San Jose? We think we took a wrong turn at the Lincoln Tunnel." "Wrong tunnel, indeed." So they all showed Joel and Lo which way to go. Out of the woods and back to the barnyard went Iggy Piggy, Merle Squirrel, and Nanny Goat, Billy the Kid, Sue and her lamb, Sam and Pam, Brewster Rooster, Vicky, Nicky, Ricky, Chicky, Lucy Goosey, and little quiet Chucky Ducky, who right from the beginning was all wet. The end. In my pond. In my pond there are shiny stones. Tall waving grass. Lily pads floating on splashy blue water. And there is me, I'm happy swimming in my pond. The end. Starry night, hold me tight. Starry night, hold me tight. All is calm, all is bright. Big bear hugs morning, noon, and night. Mama's love helps babies soar like a kite. Adventures will help baby bear learn and grow, and even when he plays in the snow. All the baby bears love to slide. All the mamas watch with pride. Mama's fur is soft and warm, keeping baby safe in a big snowstorm. Baby bear loves to make angels in the fallen snow. On the most perfect one, baby will place a bow. Mama bear teaches many things to baby bear. Today's lesson: to be a good friend, one must share. Baby bear loves a good snowball fight. Don't worry don't throw one at Mama. It's not polite. Mama points to the great bear in the sky. Twinkling stars are up so high. Whoop. When baby bear puts away his toys, Mama bear is filled with lots of joy. Late at night, all warm in his den, baby bear says his prayers, amen. Sleepy cub lulled by Mama's song. Morning will come soon, it won't be long. Sleep in heavenly peace is Mama's prayer. Sleep in heavenly peace, little baby bear. Good night. The end. Okay. Okay. The awkward puppy. The awkward puppy. This is the dog is dedicated to. Okay, that's going to have to be read. That's going to be the very last one to be read. Excuse me. Hanukkah. In darkest December, night seals in early and whisks away the light. But warm inside, Mama, Papa, and Grandma Rose light the sun. While Nora and Dan, Ruthie and Sam sing a song that is a prayer. Birthday Mo points and drops his bottle. Hot. No, Hanukkah, Sam says. Say Hanukkah, Mo. Abada. Abada, Mo says. Abada. And drools on Sam's hand. Come on, Nora whispers to the others. While the candles burn bright, 5 small children slip out of sight. Nora and Dan in the kitchen fry some batter. Flip-flap there, flip-flop there. Potato pancakes in the air, latkes flying everywhere. Ruthie in the bedroom mixes some paint. A drip A drop of blue, a drop of red, a drop of purple on Rabbit's head. Top, Mo shouts, spinning around and around. Yes, dreidel, Sam says, for Hanukkah says. Hanukkah, Mo. Say Hanukkah, Mo. Ha. Anuha, Mo says. Anuha, and drops on Sam's foot. And drools on Sam's foot. Then one by one, their gifts in hand, the children gather around. Grandma carries her favorite dish, pot roast warm and brown and rich. Papa brings his salad cool and crisp, and Mama her applesauce delicious, Mo says. The latkes have laden, Sam shouts, singing out his plate. Mo grabs 5, unable to wait. As the Hanukkah candles lean head to head, so does the family. Oh, ha, oh, ah, yum. But wait, there's more. There's no escape. It's Grandma's famous lemon cake and cookies and candy and fruits and nuts and oh, that's all. Enough's enough. Time for presents or what's a party for songs and dance and something more. Love like Hanukkah. Say Hanukkah, Mo. Sam says, come on, Mo. Say Hanukkah. Anu Mo grugus. Nanu Mo drools. Hanu Mo giggles. Hanukkah. Hanukkah, Mo shouts and hugs Sam. As the candles burn low and lose their light, 8 sleepy people say goodnight. The end. The first Christmas. Mary and Joseph were traveling to the little town of Bethlehem. Mary was about to have a baby, so the donkey gave her a ride. It was late, and there was no room at the inn for Mary and Joseph, but the stable was nice and warm. They decided to stay there. The cow and the dove knew this would be a special night. Three wise men saw a bright star over the little town of Bethlehem. They knew something wonderful was about to happen, so they followed the star. The shepherds were watching their flocks that night when the angels appeared to them. We bring good news of great joy. A baby has been born to all the world. And so the bright star pointed the way to the little town of Bethlehem and to a warm and welcoming stable. In that humble stable, they found the baby Jesus living in a manger. And he was loved. The end. Ten little ladybugs. 10 little ladybugs sitting on a vine. Along came a butterfly, and then there were not. 10 little ladybugs sitting on a vine. Along came a butterfly. Then there were 9 little ladybugs skipping on a gate. Along came a caterpillar. Then there were 8 8 little ladybugs looking up at heaven. Along came a bird, then there were 7 little ladybugs resting on sticks. Along came a grasshopper, then there were 6 little ladybugs flying near a hive. Along came a bumblebee, then there were 5 little ladybugs sleeping by the shore. Along came a fish, then there were 4 little ladybugs climbing up a tree. Along came a turtle, then there were... How many do you think there were? 3 little ladybugs drinking up dew. Along came a duck, then there were... 2. Then there were 2 little ladybugs basking in the sun. Along came a frog, then there was... 1 little ladybug sitting all alone. Along came a breeze, then she was home. The end. Okay. Let's see. Curious George goes to the beach. Curious George goes to the beach. This is George. He lived with his friend, the man with the yellow hat. He was a good little monkey and always very curious. Today, the man had a surprise for George. He took George to the beach. He found a spot on the warm sand. Then another surprise. George saw his friend Betsy. Look, Betsy, her grandmother said. It's Curious George. But Betsy did not even smile. She had never been in the ocean before. She was scared. I know you're a good swimmer, the man told her. You'll be fine once you get in the water. Feeling better, Betsy walked toward the shore with her grandmother. George helped spread the beach blanket and set aside their lunch. He was looking forward to a picnic, but it was not yet time to eat. It was time to play. In no time, George was having fun. He learned a new game. He dug in the sand. He made a new friend. Monkeys are good at making friends. When he took a deep breath, George watched the lifeguard. The lifeguard sat in a special chair. Sometimes he blew a whistle. And sometimes he looked through binoculars. It looked like fun to be a lifeguard. George was curious. Could he be a lifeguard? Before long, the lifeguard took a break. Here was George's chance. Watching the crowd from up in the special chair, George felt just like a lifeguard. He looked through the binoculars. There was a lot to see at the beach. He saw seagulls flying high above. He saw Betsy on the shore below. She still had not been in the water. Then the lifeguard saw George. Hey! He yelled. That's no place for a monkey. George thought it was a fine place for a monkey, but he did not want to cause trouble, so he climbed down. Back at the beach blanket, George was hungry for a snack. No one would miss just one cracker, thought George. Now, if only he had some cheese. He took one out and put it on a napkin. He took a good look. He looked good. Oh, what happened to his cracker? Well, he would just have to get a new one. But when his cheese was gone, who could be taking his snack? George found another cracker. Then he turned back around. George was curious. He put down his cracker and waited. Now George saw who was taking his treats. It was a seagull, and he was still hungry. George took out another cracker, and the bird took it right out of his hand. What fun to feed a seagull. George saw more seagulls down by the water. Betsy was there too. George was curious. Could those seagulls be hungry? I want to read that last. Could those seagulls be hungry? Indeed, why, they were hungry. Soon a whole flock had gathered. George could not feed them fast enough. Betsy was glad. Luckily, Betsy was glad to help. Out of the basket came more crackers, cookies, a cake, and even the bread for sandwiches. Still, the birds were hungry, but when George reached for more snacks, the basket was gone. He and Betsy were having so much fun that they didn't notice the tide coming in. They didn't notice the picnic basket was floating out to sea. Floating out to sea. Put that over there. These would be the last ones. Floating out to sea. George felt bad. Hadn't meant to lose their basket. Could there be a way to catch it? George thought. Then he remembered the lifeguard. George was no lifeguard, but to save the basket, he knew what to do. Quickly, he found a float and carried it to the water. Jumping aboard, George began to paddle. He pulled out a little farther and a little farther and a little farther until finally he reached the basket. Betsy cheered. Then, as George paddled back to the beach, Betsy swam out to meet him. Everyone was glad to see George safe on shore. The lifeguard, who had seen everything from his chair, said, "That was some rescue." George felt proud. The man with the yellow hat picked up the basket. He was curious. "George, is this our basket?" he asked. Poor George, after all that, the basket was empty. There would be no picnic on the beach. It was all his fault. The Betsy grandmother said, "Won't you join us for lunch? We have plenty. Look, now we have a reason to celebrate." Thanks to George, they did it. They had a reason to celebrate. Betsy was in the water. She wasn't scared anymore. She was having fun. After everyone joined Betsy and George for dinner, it was time to eat at last. There were sandwiches, chips, bananas, cookies, and watermelon. There was plenty for everyone. There was even a little for guests. The end. A twin is to hug. A twin is to hug. A twin is a mirror who looks just like you, or maybe you're different. But still there are two, maybe some nose or similar eyes. Maybe some giggles, maybe some cries. Twin is 2 tummies, 4 ears, teeny 20 toes. Two moods, attitudes, and a bond that just grows. A duet, a matched set. Hand in hand, side by side, a twin is your friend every step of the way from beginning to end. Always two, never more. A twin is a shadow who's hard to ignore. A twin is a nudge, a gesture, a look. A twin lap is just the right size for a book. A twin isn't enough to play follow the leader. A twin is your food I don't want to eat either. A twin is a whisper, a partner in crime. A twin is an echo, a mimic in rhyme. A twin can go fast, but a twin has to share everything always, and no is not fair. A twin must take turns. A twin has to wait. A twin will compare and compete and debate. A twin is to hug or to kiss or to shove. It's all about balance. It's all about love. Whatever the weather, the twin is together. A rock to your roll, a heart to your soul. A twin is a language both you understand. A twin is your also your two and your and. Hand in hand, side by side, a twin is your friend every step of the way from beginning to end. The end. Where do I live? Who lives in this hive? A bee. Correct. Who lives in the nest? A bird. Correct. The robin. Who lives in the kennel? The dog. Who lives under the leaves? The hedgehog. Correct. Who lives in the stable? The horse. Who lives in the cave? The bear. Who lives in the tree? The squirrel. The woodpecker. Who lives in the sea? The dolphin. Who lives in the pond? The duck. Who lives in the house? Me. I live in the house. Okay. The music of the sea. The music of the sea. Lemonsea was a little seaside village. It had an old chapel without a bell and 4 teeny cabins. Though it was only a little village, it was full of life. The villagers spent their days in the streets, and the children played happily in the seashore. One day, Lemonsea was hit by a huge storm. Rain flooded the land, and a wild wind destroyed all the crops. It blew away all the villagers' boats and tore the roofs off the houses. But worst of all, it frightened away the fish, who swam off to find calmer waters. From that day on, there was nothing left to catch along the whole stretch of coastline. Little by little, the farmers left the village to find a new home. In a small cabin lived Daniel and his daughter Maria. He was a very stubborn fisherman. He had decided to stay put. He was sure that sooner or later the fish would return, but Maria didn't understand why her father wanted to stay in a nearly deserted village. She felt sad and lonely as all her friends had left. Every night while Maria was asleep, Daniel would sneak out of the house and head towards the quarry. He was preparing a surprise. Early one morning, the fisherman woke up his daughter. "There's something I want you to see," he said. They sat down on the stones by the quarry, waited for the tide to come in. When the water finally reached them, something incredible happened. Strange, beautiful music began to play. It was washed over the waves, followed between the houses, rose into the sky, and drifted far, far away. It was a deep, captivating sound, mysterious and unique. "My gift to you is the music of the sea," said the fisherman, and with tears in his eyes. Daniel had cleverly drilled pipes into the quarry, creating a wonderful sea organ. The sea played the instrument with its waves, its currents, and its tides, accompanied by the wind. For the moment on Maria, from that moment on, Maria enjoyed life in Lemonsea, much, much more. The ever-changing music of the sea was there to keep her company. Sometimes it reminded her of church bells, and other times of a great ship sailing toward the village. Once she imagined it was a choir of children singing together, and even a great opera. One night she was woken by a new different melody. Marina Marina ran down to the quarry so that she could hear it more clearly. Mysterious voices were accompanying the music. Marina looked out at the sea, confused. With all of a sudden, she saw something huge and a glittering rise up out of the water. Two beautiful white whales were floating on the surface. They were dancing and singing to the sound of the sea organ. Its music had drawn them to Lone Lemon Sea. From that day on, whenever the sky filled with stars, Marina would get out of bed to watch the wonderful performance until one night one of the whales drew up alongside the quarry as if it were a great ship. The night and many more besides, Marina Marina sailed far out to sea with the whales. She would lie down as she listened to the music of the sea. She would fall fast asleep. She would breathe in the light of the moon and the stars until the sun rose over the horizon. The whales took her back to shore. And the whales took her back to shore. The arrival of the whales made Marina happy to be in Lemon Sea again, but as the days went by, Daniel began to lose hope that the fish would ever return, and finally decided to leave the village. One morning they climbed on board their boat. Marina felt sad and he did not want to go. That day the sea was playing a strange, beautiful song. It didn't seem to say goodbye to them, but quite the opposite. Daniel began to row, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward. With puzzled expression, the father and daughter looked down into the water. What they saw left them absolutely amazed. Hundreds of fish had surrounded the boat, preventing it from moving. The sea, its music, the song of the whales had brought them back to Lonesome Sea, to Lemon Sea. And the fish had returned, and they were soon followed by the villagers who had left. Everyone was talking about the abundance of waters and the magical music that could be heard there. And that was how Lonesome Lemon Sea grew into a large town with a school, lots of streets, and a big church and a bell tower. And every night, Marina would head out to sea with the whales. She would lie on their backs as she listened to the music of the sea. She would fall fast asleep. She would breathe in the light of the moon and the stars until the sun rose, and they took her back to the shore. The end. Birds. Birds. In the morning, I hear the birds sing through the open window. Birds can be yellow or blue or brown or red or even green, I think. Sometimes they are so black that you can't see. Their eyes are on their feathers, just their shapes. Birds can be big or little or any size in between. Once I saw 7 birds on a telephone wire. They didn't move and they didn't move. They didn't move. I looked away for just a second. And they were gone. If birds made marks with their tail feathers when they fly, I think what the sky would look like. If clouds were birds, the sky would look like this or this. Sometimes in winter, a bird in a tree looks like one red leaf left over. Surprise! If there are lots of birds in one tree and they all fly away at the same time, it looks like the tree yelled, "Surprise!" If I were a bird, I'd ask where all the other birds go, and when it's stormy and they can't get home to their nests. I like to pretend I'm a bird. I can't really fly, but I can do this. I can sing. The end. Can you say it too? Moo moo. Who's that in the barn? It's a friendly cow. Moo moo. Who's that behind the bucket? It's a noisy rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Who's that beside the tree? It's a hungry horse. Neigh, neigh. Who's that to the hay? Baa, baa. It's the sheep. Who's that inside the stall? A pig and her piglets. The end. Goldie takes a stand. Goldie Meyer's First Crusade. Goldie takes a stand. Will the meeting place come to order? I announced to the girls crowded in our 2-room Walnut Street apartment. It was the first meeting of the American Young Sister Society, a group of Jewish immigrants from Russia. I, Goldie Mabowitz, naturally appointed myself president. In the room was my little sister Clara, my best friend Regina, my neighbor Belle, and her sister Frida, my classmate Lillian, and others. I had called the meeting to discuss textbooks. The kids in our school don't have enough money to buy them. I explained they need our help. Have you seen hymns books? Have you seen Hamy's book? Said Regina. He says he's the third person in his life to use it. It's missing half the pages. Jenny keeps peeking over my shoulder to see my book, Frida said. I wish she'd get her own. How much money do we have to raise? Asked Belle. 3 cents a week, I said, for each of us. As the best math student in the whole 4th grade, naturally it was up to me to figure this out. Lillian groaned. Goldie, that's too much. A loaf of bread costs 3 cents. So does a quart of milk, added Sarah. If Goldie thinks we can do it, we can, said Regina. But when the meeting was over, I wondered where Clara and I would get 6 cents each week. Then I knew what to do. Every morning before school, I worked at Mama's grocery store while she went to the farmer's market. The next day, when Mrs. Plockton Plotkin came to the counter with a quart of milk. I told her my friends and I are trying to raise money to buy school books. The kids who can't afford them, so your milk will be 5 cents, please. Your your mother only charges 3 cents, she protested, but she reached out in her purse and handed me a nickel. Goldie, such a doer you are, she said, pinching my cheeks. 5 cents for the bread, I told Mr. Margulis. Poor kids need an education. He pulled his worn leather wallet out of his pocket, but 4 cents was all he had. I couldn't take it. I counted Mrs. Gerfinkel's eggs. There were 6. 10 cents, I told her. I'm trying to raise money for school books for kids who can't afford them. Harumph! Your mother only charges a penny apiece. That's all I'm paying, she sniffed. She grabbed her eggs and stomped out the door. Oh boy. But despite all my efforts at the end of the week, Clara and I still hadn't raised our share. As president of the society, I listed our options. I could help kids with their math, but no one had money to pay for tutoring. I could get a job as a janitor, sales girls downtown, but Mama needed me before school and Clara needed me after. Then I knew what to do. I decided we would have to give up something we loved. When Mama gave us each a penny for candy, I told Clara we'd have to do without. Do without candy, Clara sniffed. I nodded. Think of the good deed you're doing. But by the next meeting, no one had raised enough money. We need to think bigger, I said. We'll hold a public meeting, a fundraiser gala, collect from everyone at one time. We can make invitations, cried Frida. We can put together a list of important things to invite, suggested Lillian. Good ideas, I said, and naturally I gave a speech where we'll put on so many people. Sarah asked. I know just what to do. The next day I headed to Packard Hall, the only place large enough to hold our event. What do you want? A man in a fancy business suit asked me. I'm here to see the owner. I need to borrow the hall for a public event, I said. You're talking to him. I'm Goldman Mabowitz. I am the president of the American Young Girls Society. I told him about our cause. At the end, he donated the hall to us, still shaking his head. We wrote invitations and painted posters on butcher paper. All that was left was my speech, and for the first time I didn't know what to do. Write it down, Mama said, then you won't forget anything. Night after night I struggled, but the words wouldn't come out. When the time came, I would just have to speak from my heart. The night of our event, I peeked out from behind the Packard Hall stage curtain. Mama and Papa sat in the front row. The young sisters and their parents sat behind them. But where were the rest of the people? People with actual money. Knots formed in my stomach and throat, but I was president, so I took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage and began. Imagine what it feels like to sit in your classroom without a textbook. You can't follow the teacher. You can't do your work. Education is the only way for us to lift ourselves out of poverty. I paused when I noticed our school principal push through the double doors in the back of the hall and take a seat. The superintendent was with him. The handful of teachers appeared, and sparkling of parents. And then Mrs. Plockton and Mr. Margulis, even Mrs. Garfinkel. People kept coming, dozens of them. It was the way we see it, I continued, my voice growing stronger. It's the community's responsibility to keep Milwaukee kids who can't afford school books. I ask each of you to look into your hearts and wallets and give what you can. When I finished, everyone leaped up and started clapping. Regina led the young sisters through the aisles with their collection baskets. Men pulled out their wallets, women opened their purses, and even Mrs. Garfinkel gave a couple of coins. We raised a lot of money, I said as we walked home afterwards. Mama grinned. I guess that means the American Young Sister Society is out of business. The truth was, I'd been thinking about a new society. One to raise money to teach English to immigrants. I know just what to do. Naturally, I'd be president. Milwaukee. Here she is. The end. Okay. The 8 Nights of Hanukkah. Whoa, my butt is hurt. Eight Nights of Hanukkah. Lady Sadie called the 8 Nights of Hanukkah together. Tonight is the last night of Hanukkah. I invited the entire kingdom to celebrate with us. But alas, a dastardly dragon named Dreadful is roaming the countryside, interrupting the party. Pre-preparations, my children. I'm counting on you to fix things with some deeds of awesome kindness and stupendous bravery. Challenge accepted, said the knights. I will tame the dragon, said Sir Isabella. Stupendous bravery is my specialty, said Sir Rugluch. His mouth full of cookie. Bye, Mommy, said Sir Henry. Off the knights rode. His first night, Sir Alex entered into a village on his trusty steed. Hark! He claimed. Methinks I hear a crying child. He jumped from the horse and crouched down beside the boy. What is the matter, young lad? He asked. The dragon scorched my dreidel. The boy sniffed. The only Hebrew letter left is none, which means I always lose. I I will make you a new dreidel, Sir Alex said, picking up a piece of wood. He carved a nun first, then Grimmel, Hay, and Shin on the other sides. The letters stand for Nus, Gundol, Hay, Yashma, Yisham. A great miracle happened there, which means a great miracle happened there. The boy spun the dreidel. Thanks, he shouted happily. Grimmel is the best letter of all. It's a miracle. Sir Alex waved as he stepped off. Happy Hanukkah, young lad. I shall see you tonight. Meanwhile, Sir Isabella and Sir Ruglach searched high and low for Dreadful. Pat a thump! The second night Sir Gabriel galloped across the plains on his silver stein. Hark! Exclaimed, methinks I hear dismal in distress. A woman was wailing over an enormous pile of potatoes. Why do you feel fair, lady? Asked the knight. I must peel the potatoes to make Hanukkah latkes for town folks tonight, she replied. But alas, the Alark, the dragon, has scared off my helpers. Sir Gabriel pitched right in. Side by side they peeled and grated. My work here is done, announced Sir Gabriel, and now you have plenty of potatoes for a mountain of latkes. Meanwhile, Sir Isabel and Sir Ruglech looked north, south, east, and west. Show your face, you fire-breathing bully, shouted Sir Ruglech. Please, added Sir Isabel. Still no dragon. The third night, Sir Margaret made her way through the sweet-smelling fruit orchard. Hark! Methinks I see some sad, fat-faced field hands. Sir Margaret explained. What ails you, fair people? We need apples for applesauce for the Hanukkah latkes, answered a young maiden. But when we climbed to the tree to pick them, explained a young man, the dragonflies, lo, poof, baked apples. Fear not, Sir Margaret replied, my long and noble lance can knock down the fruit you seek. My baskets of apples. Later, Sir Margaret was on her way. My work here is done, she called back. I will see you when the sun goes down. Meanwhile, Sir Isabel and Sir Ruglach came after the dragon. They gave chase and got chased, doing smoke and fire. Sir Julian, the fourth night, performed the Mazel Tov of bringing chicken soup to the sick and keeping company with the lonely. The soup was delicious, the talk was lively, the jokes was funny. Everyone felt better right away because the laughter is the best medicine. Just in time for the party, they agreed happily. Halfetha read the sign. Sir Lily, the fifth night, saw in a bakery window, we made dozens of Hanukkah donuts for the celebration, complained the chief baker. The dreadful swooped down and gobbled every one. Worthy not, said Sir Lily. She worked alongside the bakers all day long, making Schwangyacht. Schufengenjoit. She braved a hot stove, sizzling oil, sticky, drippy jam. Those things are nothing at all to knight such as I, said Sir Lily modestly. The 6th night Sir Henry rode out with the others. He turned his horse around and trotted back to the castle. Why do you not venture out to do deeds of awesome kindness and stupendous bravery? Asked Lady Sadie. I stay in and do acts of awesome kindness and stupendous bravery, answered Henry. The goodly Sir Henry cleaned the castle till it gleamed. He swept the bridge and chased away 2 ferocious-looking lizards. Stupendous bravery. He brought Lady Sadie a cup of hot tea and a fluffy pillow for her tired feet. Awesome kindness. Meanwhile, the 7th and 8th nights, Sir Isabel and Sir Rooklook were feeling dangerous. They couldn't catch the dragon. They sat and thinking, and the air got warmer and warmer. Oh, dreadful. But you're just a baby dragon, explained Sir Isabella. My name is Dreadful. The dragon sniffed. It's Rosie. So Rosie, my name isn't Dreadful. The dragon sniffed. It's Rosie. So Rosie was invited to the Hanukkah celebration. The sun sank in the sky. One by one, the knights returned home. At their big round table, the 8 knights of the Hanukkah exchanged tales of spectacular deeds and daring do. Before long, guests began to arrive. Never had the round table been graced by so many heroic knights, nor the castle grounds with so much merrymaking. Whoosh! Rosie lit the Hanukkah candles. It was almost excellent. It was the most excellent Hanukkah. The 8 nights of Hanukkah had lit it up, the darkness of the world, with the bright light of kindness. Shine on, knights, shine on. Whoosh! The end. Peekaboo! Peekaboo, can you find Bobby? Here I am. Peekaboo, where is Choo-Chee? You found me. Peekaboo, find Chi-Chi. Hello. Peekaboo, where is Boopy Uppy? Way up high. Peekaboo, find a Lee and Bumpy. Find Lolly and Bumpy. Here we are. You found us. Now where is baby Peekaboo? The end. Each peach, pear, plum. Each peach, pear, plum. Each peach, pear, plum. I spy Tom Thumb. Tom Thumb in the cupboard. I spy Mother Hubbard. Mother Hubbard down in the cellar. I spy Cinderella. Cinderella on the stairs. I spy the 3 bears. 3 bears out hunting. I spy Baby Bunting. Baby Bunting fast asleep. I spy Bo Peep. Bo peep up the hill, I spy Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill in the ditch, I spy the wicked witch. Wicked witch over the wood, I spy Robin Hood. Robin Hood in his den, I spy the three bears again. Three bears still hunting, they spy Baby Bunting. Baby Bunting safe and dry, I spy Plum Pie. Plum Pie in the sun, I spy everyone. The end. My first story of Easter. My first story of Easter. Jesus of Nazareth was the friend of many. He told great stories. He healed sick people and did wonderful miracles. There was an important festival in Jerusalem. Jesus went with 12 special friends and disciples. Jesus borrowed a donkey, rode into Jerusalem. The crowds became very excited. They shouted and waved palm tree branches. But some of the priests hated Jesus and plotted to kill him. On the day of the festival, Jesus ate a special supper with his disciples in an upstairs room. Jesus broke bread and gave it to his disciples, but one disciple, Judas, was plotting against him. He crept out. After supper, Jesus took his disciples to a garden outside the city. "Stay here and pray," he told them. Jesus prayed too. Then a crowd of Jesus' enemies appeared, led by Judas. The soldiers took Jesus away. They stood Jesus before the Roman ruler Pilate. "Jesus is a troublemaker," said the priest. "He should be killed." "I can find nothing wrong with him," said Pilate, but the people shouted, "Kill him, kill him." So Pilate sent Jesus to die. Cruel men pushed a crown made of thorns on Jesus' head. They led him out of the city. When they reached a hill, soldiers nailed Jesus to a wooden cross. They fixed two robbers on crosses. Jesus said, "Father, forgive them." One robber asked Jesus to remember me. Jesus said, "Today you will be with me in heaven." At midday, the sky went dark. Jesus cried out and died. Jesus' family and friends watched sadly. A good man called Joseph took Jesus' body. He put it in a rock tomb and rolled a huge stone across the door. Early on Sunday morning, women went to the tomb. The stone was rolled away, but they couldn't see Jesus' body. Suddenly, two shining men stood there. "Jesus isn't here," said one. "He is risen from the dead." The women rushed back to tell the disciples the first thing. They didn't believe the woman. But then Jesus appeared to them, and after this, Jesus appeared to many of his friends. Once Jesus cooked breakfast for his disciples beside a lake. A few weeks later, Jesus was taken up into heaven again, and the disciples watched. At Easter, we remember that Jesus died and that he is alive forever. The end. Inside Out, Grandma, Hanukkah story. Inside Out, Grandma. "Grandma," said Rosie, "do you know that you have your clothes on inside out?" "I certainly do," answered Grandma. "You look so silly," giggled Rosie. I may look silly to you, my little rosy posy, but I have an excellent reason. Hanukkah is coming soon, and I have to remind myself to buy enough oil to fry the potato latkes. How does wearing inside-out clothes remind you to buy enough oil to fry the potato latkes? Asked Rosie. When I wear my clothes inside out, it reminds me of your daddy. That boy was always in such a hurry. Half the time he had his clothes on inside out and sometimes even backwards. How do my daddy wearing inside out clothes help you remember to buy enough oil to fry potato latkes? Asked Rosie. When I think about your daddy, I remember how much he looks like your Grandpa Reuben, said Grandma. I can't remember Grandpa Reuben, said Rosie. That's because he died when you were just a little baby, said Grandma. You were the apple of his eye, Rosie Posy. How do Grandpa Reuben and my daddy wearing inside-out clothes remind you to buy enough oil to fry the potato latkes? Asked Rosie. When I think about your daddy and Grandpa and Reuben, I think about their coppery red hair, said Grandma. I have red hair too, cried Rosie, and Rosie's are red. And my name is Rosie. But Grandma, how do red hair and Grandpa Reuben and my daddy wearing inside-out clothes remind you to buy enough oil to fry the potato latkes? When I think about Grandma Reuben's red hair, I'm reminded of a shiny new penny, said Grandma, and that reminds me of my penny jar. I've never seen so many pennies in my whole entire life, cried Rosie. Are you going to buy the oil with all those pennies? Oh no, Rosie Posy, those pennies are for the Hanukkah guilt. You remember that's the present you get for Hanukkah? Rosie's eyes grew very large. There must be 81,000 pennies in that jar, she said. But come, oh Grandma, please tell me how a jar of Hanukkah guilt and red hair and Grandpa Reuben and my daddy and wearing inside-out clothes remind you to buy enough oil to fry the potato latkes. When I think about the jar full of Hanukkah guilt, I remember my papa's silver dreidel, said Grandma, and how he loved to spin that little silver top. Oh, I know we need the pennies to play the dreidel game, said Rosie. That's right, said Grandma. Of course, when I remember the silver dreidel, I remember your beautiful old Hanukkah menorah. I see the burning candles glowing brightly in the faces of our whole family. I see you and your baby brother Max, your mommy and daddy, your Aunt Nellie, Cousin Ele, and the twins. I see your Uncle Russell and his family, the Lumpkins from next door, Izzy Nachinoworster, and the butcher since his wife Sadie died. He's been alone. Nobody should spend Hanukkah all alone. I know that's a Rosie, but Grandma, my daddy will be here soon, and I still don't know how you remember the oil. Grandma laughed. When I see a house full of aunts and uncles and cousins and friends, I think it's great to take a lot of latkes to feed this crowd. Honestly, the way you gobble down those latkes, all I can do is keep up. That's because your potato latkes are the very best latkes in the whole entire world, raved Rosie. They're so crunchy and delicious. And do you know what it takes to make those latkes so crunchy and delicious? Asked Grandma. Oil, declared Rosie. Lots and lots of oil. Grandma and Rosie laughed and laughed until the doorbell rang. I'll get it, cried Rosie. It's my daddy. Daddy gave Rosie a big bear hug and gave one to Grandma too. Mama, Daddy said, do you know that you have your clothes on inside out? My first Hanukkah book. My first Hanukkah book. My first Hanukkah book. Year end. The year is coming to an end with dark and wintry nights, but oh, it brings us Hanukkah, the festival of lights. 8 days. Hanukkah is a happy time bringing family fun. It lasts not 1 but 8 full days with treats and games to play and gifts for everyone. Altogether, if winter snow is grimy, gray, or fluffy as a feather, Hanukkah is a happy time with all of us together. Treats. Orange-flavored donuts are treats of which I dream, but though they're very special, they're never a surprise as small potato pancakes, hot potato pancakes, crisp potato pancakes with applesauce and cream. Spin the dreidel. When it slows down, when it slows, speak the letter that it shows. Nun ha shin gimel. Get nothing from the pot. Get half, perhaps a lot. Put one more token in. Get all from the pot, perhaps a little, perhaps a lot. Hanukkah fun. Spin your dreidel round and round. It makes you feel so merry. Around and round, just like a dancing dreidel. Menorah. Colored candles, twisted small. Hanukkah needs 8 in all. 1 the first night, next night 2, next night 3 until you're through. Light them, put them all 8 glow in the window where they'll show. Candlelight for Hanukkah as the year grows older. 1 new candle every night in a polished holder, standing for a noble past, a free to worship story, as the candles 8 in all stand in shining glory. The 9th candle is the lighting candle called the Shamash. History. At Hanukkah, the candlelight reminds us of the brave fight in years gone by to win the right to have our temple and pray to our one God in our own way. Remembering. Time now for remembering as well as having fun. Remembering with thankfulness the battle that was won. Fun to light the candle wick as soon as day is done. Time now for remembering as well as having fun. Spell down. H for home and holiday. A for all to sing and play. N for nights when candles glow in the window on the snow. U for using tops to spin. K for kindness. K for kin. A for acting proud and gay. H for happy holiday. Hanukkah guilt. Sometimes our gift is money called guilt, all shiny new. We're fond of each a present, a lot of coins, a few sometimes in shiny wrappers. Surprise greet us too. Our gift is made of chocolate and we know what to do. Hanukkah candles. A candle for the song we sing, for gifts, for games we play, a crisp potato pancakes on a happy holiday. Our stories for heroes like Judah Maccabee, for battles won so long ago that finally made us free to pray in our own way on this and every day. Miracle of lights. We won the right, the people cried, to pray our way, but where's the oil to make it light? Each jar was broken in the fight. They found a jar with oil to pour in one small holder, nothing more. The lightened wick burned all night through. Then the oil made fuel for two nights, then three, the next night four, the shadows on the temple floor. For 8 full nights the light burned clear, the miracle that far off year when Hanukkah was born. The end. Sesame Street, Mother Goose. Ah, my legs. Sesame Street, Mother Goose. Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub. Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub. Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub. Who do you think they be? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. Turned them out chives, all three. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, his fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, Mary went, Mary went. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. He followed her to school one day, school one day, school one day. He followed her to school one day, which was against the rules. That was against the rules. It made the children laugh and play, laugh and play, laugh and play. It made the children laugh and play to see a lamb at school. And so the teacher turned it out, turned it out, turned it out. And so the teacher turned it out, but still it lingered near. And waited patiently about, and waited patiently about, and waited patiently about till Mary did appear. Why does the lamb love Mary so? Mary so, Mary so. Why does the lamb love Mary so? So eager children cry. The eager children cry. Why does Mary love the lamb, you know? Love the lamb, you know. Love the lamb, you know. Why does Mary love the lamb, you know? The teacher did reply. Starlight, star bright, the first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight. Rain on the green grass, rain on the trees, rain on the housetop, but not on me. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Wee little Winkling runs to the town, upstairs, downstairs, in his nightgown, rapping at the window, crying through the lock. Are the children all in bed now? For now it's 8 o'clock. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring. He got into bed and bumped his head and couldn't get up in the morning. Little boy blue, come blow your horn, the sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. Where is the boy who looks after the sheep? He's under a haystack fast asleep. Will you wake him? No, not I, for if I do, he's sure to cry. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. If all If all the world were pepper and all the sea were ink, if all the trees were bread and cheese, what should we have to drink? 3 young rats with the black felt hats, 3 young ducks with the white straw flats, 3 young dogs with curling tails, 3 young cats with the dim, Demivilles went out to walk with 3 young peas in satin vest and sorreled wigs. But suddenly it chanced to rain, and so they all went home again. Who made the pie? I did. Who stole the pie? He did. Who found the pie? She said. Who ate the pie? Who? You did. Who cried for pie? We all did. Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king? Patty cake, baker's man, bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it, prick it, and mark it with a bee. Put it in the oven for a baby and me. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to fetch a poor dog or bone, but when she came there, the cupboard was bare, so the poor dog had none. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. But a bit of better butter, that would make my batter better. So she bought a bit of butter, better than her bitter butter, and she put it in her batter, and the batter was not bitter. So it was better. Betty Botter bought a bit of better butter. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been to London to look at the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you do there? I frightened a little mouse under the chair. Little Jack Corner sat in a corner eating his Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." Oh, Farmer Gales, he went 7 miles with his faithful old dog Rover. Oh, Farmer Gales, when he came to the stales, took a run and jumped over clear. Stills, he took a run and jumped clean over. Monday's child is a fair of fancy. Tuesday's child is full of grace. Wednesday's child is full of woe. Thursday's child has far to go. Friday's child is loving and giving. Saturday's child works hard for its living. But the child that's born on Sabbath day is bonny, blithely, and good and gay. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day. Little Johnny wants to play. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. Leave them alone and they'll come home, bringing their tails behind them. Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep and dreamed she heard them bleating. And when she woke, she found a joke, and they were still a-fleeting. Then up she took her little croak, determined to find them. She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed, for they'd left their tails behind them. Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot, 9 days old. Spell me that without a P, and a clever scholar you will be. Ease porridge hot, ease porridge hot, ease porridge cold, ease porridge in the pot, 9 days old. Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Let me taste your ware." Says the pieman to Simple Simon, "Show me first your penny." Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Indeed I have not." If all the seas were one, If all the seas were one, what a great sea that would be. If all the trees were one, what a great tree that would be. If all the axes were one axe, what a great axe that would be. If all the seas were one sea, what a great sea that would be. If all the trees were one, what a great tree that would be. And if all the axes were one axe, what a great axe that would be. What a great if all the men were one man, what a great man that would be. If the great man took the great axe and cut down the great tree and let it fall into the great sea, what splash that could be. Higgledy piggledy poo, the dog has eaten the mop. The pig's in a hurry, the cat's in a flurry. Higglety pigglety pop. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock struck one, down he ran, hickory dickory dock. Sally go round the sun, Sally go round the moon, Sally go round the chimney pots on a Saturday afternoon. Ride a cock horse, Banny Bury Cross, to see a fine lady upon a white horse, rings on her fingers and bells on her toes, and she shall have music wherever she goes. Hey, diddle, diddle, the cat in the fiddle. Hey, diddle, diddle. Hey, diddle, diddle, the cat in the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon. Hey, diddle, diddle, the cat in the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such a sport, and the dish ran away with a spoon. Hey, diddle, diddle. Hey, diddle, diddle, the cat in the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such a sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. Hey, diddle, diddle. I love little pussy, her coat is so warm, and if I don't hear her, she'll do me no harm. So I'll not pull her tail, nor drive her away, but pussy and I very gently will play. She shall sit by my side, and I shall give her some food, and pussy will love me, because I'm good. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuft, eating her curds and whey. There came a big spider, who sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let him go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I let him go again. Why did you let him go? Because he bit this finger so. Which finger did he bite? The little finger on the right. Jack and Joe went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Joe came tumbling after. Jack's brat could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and so between them both, you see, they licked the plate clean. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack jump over the candlestick. Go to bed late, stay very small, go to bed early, grow very tall. There were 3 wise men of Gotham went to sea in a bowl. If the bowl had been stronger, my story would have been longer. To market, to buy a plum button. Home again, market is done. Cock-a-doodle-doo, my dame has lost her shoe, my master's lost his fiddlestick, and knows not what to do. Cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo, what is my dame to do? Till my master finds his fiddlestick, she'll dance without her shoe. Cock-a-doodle-doo, my dame has found her shoe, and master's found his fiddlestick, and master's sing doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo, my dame will dance with you. Will master fiddles his fiddling stick for dame and doodle-doo. This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed at home. This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. This little piggy cried, wee, 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 all the way home. Oh, the brave old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill, and then he marched them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up or down. The end. Spring is in the air. Hugs and butterfly kisses tell us spring is in the air. Spring is a time to play outside with swings and smiles to share. Springtime showers bring the flowers and lots of fun inside. Spring's a lovely time for tea and planting in the sun. Spring's a time for caring, to be patient, kind and sweet. Share your joys with others, every bunny that you meet. 10 little fingers and 10 little toes. There was one little baby who was born far away, and another who was born on the very next day. And both of these babies, as everyone knows, had 10 little fingers and 10 little toes. There was one little baby who was born in a town, and another who was wrapped in an eider down. And both of these babies, as everyone knows, had 10 little fingers and 10 little toes. And another who suffered from sneezes and chills. There was one little baby who was born in the hills, and another who suffered from sneezes and chills. And both of these babies, as everyone knows, had 10 little fingers and 10 little toes. There was one little baby who was born in the ice, and another in a tent who was just as nice. And both of these babies, as everyone knows, had 10 little fingers and 10 little toes. But the next baby born was truly divine, a sweet little child who was mine, all mine. And this little baby, as everyone knows, has 10 little fingers and 10 little toes and 3 little kisses on the tip of his nose. The end. Because I love my daddy, because I love my daddy because I love my daddy because he played with me. He keeps me safe and warm. He brings me dinner. He is big and strong. He takes naps with me. I love my daddy because he can build a house. He makes me laugh. He helps me reach things. He teaches me to be brave. He teaches me to be careful. I love my daddy because he plays hide and seek with me. He protects our family. He watches over me at night. I love my daddy and my daddy loves me. The end. The end, the end, the end, the end, the end. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay. You're my little cuddle bug. You're my little cuddle bug. You're my little ladybug. You brighten up my day. With rosy cheeks, you smile at me and chase my blues away. You're my baby bumblebee. You are so very sweet. You'll fill my days with lots of joy. Like honey, you're a treat. You're my caterpillar. You're ticklish through and through. I love to make you giggle and you make me laugh too. Oops. My shining moon, my shooting star, you brighten my sky. There's no one who's more beautiful, my darling butterfly. So when the night is beetle black and daytime's at end, we'll snuggle up to cuddle bugs and sleep, my little friend. The end. Sea life. Great white shark is greatly feared. Hammerhead shark looks very weird. Lobster takes care to avoid a trap. Crab has claws that go snip snap. Jellyfish float on the ocean waves. Moray eels lurks in deep dark caves. Stingray has wings and glides like a plane. Starfish has neither blood nor brain. Clownfish are shy and stay very still. Swordfish is fast with long, sharp bill. Squid has tentacles to grab its prey. Pufferfish has spikes too, so stay away. Dolphin as happy as can be. Narwhal, the unicorn of the Arctic Sea. Octopus has arms that wriggle and sway. Sea lion likes to play all day. Walrus lounges by the sea. Sea turtle as old as a dinosaur. Seahorse is shy and very small. Whale, the biggest of them all. The end. Okay. All aboard Pacific Northwest. Building up at the coast. All aboard to Pacific Northwest. Twisting down the slopes. Breathing in the fresh forest air. Looking out over the gorge. Viewing the skyline. Throwing fish at the market. Riding the gondola. Parking on the Parliament. Looking across the harbor. Reaction ideas, Pacific Ocean. The end. Elephants can't dance. Elephants cannot dance. Gurlade. Let's dance. I can teach you. I'm teaching all my friends. I would love to learn how to dance. But elephants cannot dance. You're kidding me. No. Look it up. Page 11. Geralda, it does not say that you cannot try. You are right, Piggy. I can try to dance. I will try to dance. Let's dance. Oof. Okay, let's go. Jump with me when I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Jump. Jump. You were a little late on the jump. I was a little late on the jump. We will try again. We will try again. Maybe your arms this way. Move your arms this way. We will try again. We will try again. Lift your leg this way. We will try again. We will try again. Up, up, down, down. Spin, spin, stop, stop. Forward, forward. Backwards, backwards. Wiggle, waggle, wiggle, waggle. Robot walk, robot walk. I have tried and tried and tried. Enough. Uh-oh. I have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. But I'm an elephant. An elephant just cannot dance. Oh, Geralda. Hello. We are ready to learn some moves. I'm sorry I can't not teach you. My friend is sad. Silly. We do not want you to teach us. We want to learn the elephant. Teach me, please. Me too. Me 3. More feeling. Keep trying. You are getting it. The end. Oki's perfect day. Oki's perfect day. Oki looked out the window. He noticed the lane, windy over the hill and far away. Suddenly he thought, I don't want to stay in and play. The world's so big and I'd like to see more. Oki found Mom and said, I want to go off and explore and I have lots to do so I can't come out with you, Mom said, but you can go as far as the curve in the lane across the big field, and then back again. I'll be able to see you. Mom packed a carrot, an apple, and a sandwich in Oki's bag, in case you get hungry, she said, smiling. Oki skipped off. Down the lane, Oki heard Horse grumbling. The farmer hasn't brought my food. I'm so hungry. You can have this, Oki, holding out his carrot. Horse crunched the carrot noisily. Perfect, he grinned. Would you like a ride? I don't have time, explained Oki. I've got the whole world to explore. He climbed over the gate. Halfway across the field, Oki heard Pig groaning. Where's the farmer with my food? I'm really hungry. Would you like this? Asked Oki, holding out an apple. Pig gobbled the apple greedily. Perfect, he grinned. Would you like to see my trick? I don't have time, explained Oki. I've got the whole world to explore. He headed down towards the pond. At the pond, Oki heard Duck complaining. A farmer forgot my bread. I'm very hungry. You can have mine, said Oki, holding out his sandwich. Duck swallowed it swiftly. Perfect, she grinned. Would you like a guide on your journey? I know where I'm going, answered Oki. I've got the whole world to explore. And he wandered on. Okay. Oki didn't notice the grass getting higher and higher. Suddenly he couldn't see where he was going. I'm lost, cried Oki. How will I get home? I can see the way, quacked Duck from above Oki's head. Shall I lead you home? Perfect, Oki replied. But the way home seemed very long indeed. I'll never get back, sobbed Oki. Cheer up, said Pig, poking his head through the grass. He turned a cartwheel and fell flat on his nose. Perfect, Oki laughed. I feel much better now, and he went on. But before long, Oki grew tired. I can't walk further, he sighed. Then how about riding on me? Neighed Horse, appearing as from nowhere. Perfect, smiled Oki. Off they went. Duck flew ahead, and Horse carried Oki all the way home. Oki's mom was waiting. Well, was it fun to explore? She asked. Do you think you'd like to see more? I'd like to see more of my new friends, Oki replied. Of course, smiled Mom. Let's invite them to lunch. Oki was as happy as he could be. Just perfect. He said. The end. The schoolhouse. The schoolhouse. Hello, everyone. Elmo was very busy yesterday. Elmo was looking all over the neighborhood for a little lost puppy, a black puppy, but today Elmo is going to school. This is Elmo's school where Elmo goes in the morning. This is Elmo's teacher, Mrs. Graham. Elmo loves school. This is Elmo's cubby. It has Elmo's name right on top. Elmo's backpack goes on the hook, and Elmo's show and tell things go on the shelf. What did Elmo bring for show and tell? It's a surprise. Elmo loves to build with blocks all fall down. Elmo loves to play dress up with Betty Lou. Howdy, partner. Giddy up, horsey. We learn a lot of things at school. We learn colors and shapes and how to count. Can you count these toys with me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We learn to sing our ABCs. All that learning makes Elmo hungry. It's snack time. We have a juice in little paper cups. Elmo is careful not to spill. We eat cheese and crackers and orange slices. When we are done, everyone helps to clean up. We are on the playground every day. Ernie and Bert go up and down on the seesaw. Grover swooshes down the slide. Elmo loves to swing. Elmo is thinking about that little lost puppy. Where could he be? Now it is show and tell time. See what is in Elmo's bag. A doggy biscuit. Has anyone seen a little puppy on Sesame Street? Now it is time to go home. Goodbye, Mrs. Graham. Goodbye, everybody. See you tomorrow. The end. Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid. Okay. Disney's The Little Mermaid. Disney's The Little Mermaid. Far beneath the ocean waves in the land of the mer people lived a lovely young mermaid named Ariel. Her home was in an undersea palace. Although it was quite magnificent, she hardly ever spent time there. She preferred to go exploring with her little friend Flounder the fish. Ariel loved to collect objects from the world above the sea. She and Flounder would swim in and out of the sunken ships, picking up whatever caught the little mermaid's fancy. Ariel's father, King Triton, ruled the undersea kingdom. He was very proud of Ariel's many gifts, especially a beautiful singing voice. He had arranged a very special concert to show his daughter's wonderful talent to all the merfolk. Ariel's sisters sang to begin the concert. Then they sang a special song to introduce Ariel, but Ariel wasn't there. Triton was not pleased. How could Ariel have forgotten to show up for her own duet? Duet. Her own duet. As Ariel was off exploring, she had found a sunken ship to play in and had forgotten all about the concert. By the time she had returned home, the guest had left. Triton was so angry that he ordered Sebastian a crab, who was his court composer, to follow Ariel and to keep her out of trouble. Later that day, Ariel slipped away again, with Sebastian following close behind. She hadn't gone far when a huge shadow darkened the waters above. "It's a ship," she gasped with delight. Ariel swam to the surface to get a closer look. There were humans on board. One of them was handsome. Ariel heard the others call him Prince Eric. But as Ariel watched, a sudden storm took them all by surprise. To her horror, the ship began to sink. Most of the people on board were able to climb safely onto a lifeboat, but the handsome young prince was hit by a fallen spar and thrown into the churning water. Ariel knew the human could not live under the sea. She had to save the unconscious prince. There was no time to lose. She darted through the waves to the prince as her friend Scuttle watched anxiously. Using all her strength, Ariel dragged the young prince to shore. Scuttle was waiting for them. The silly bird put his ear close to Eric's boot. "Sorry, Ariel, I can't make out a heartbeat," said Scuttle. Ariel placed her head on the prince's chest. "Oh, he's breathing, Scuttle," she cried. She was so happy that she began to sing to the prince. At the sound of Ariel's lovely voice, Eric's eyelids began to flutter. "He's going to be all right," Ariel said gratefully. "Now I'd better get back before father finds out I've left." When the prince opened his eyes, all he saw was a beautiful dog, with his faithful dog Max running up to him. Ariel returned home, but she couldn't forget the human prince. She sat thinking about him. Two evil eels named Flotsam and Jetsam watched her with their cunning eyes. "Come with us," they coaxed sweetly. "We know someone who can help you." Ariel followed the slippery eels. Before she knew it, she was inside the deep, dark cave of Ursula's Sea Witch. Ursula knew how much Ariel missed Eric. She told the young mermaid that she could help her visit him for a price. "I will make you a human so you can visit your young man," Ursula said, "but you must get him to fall in love and kiss you before the sun gets on the third day. If you fail, you will turn back into a mermaid and return to the sea as my slave." Then Ursula laughed wickedly. "Oh, and one more thing, you must leave your voice with me." Poor Ariel, she would have done anything to see the young prince again. She signed the argument. Then the evil witch locked Ariel's voice inside a magic seashell that she wore around her neck. Flounder and Sebastian watched in amazement as Ursula's magic powers changed Ariel into a human girl. Suddenly, Ariel could no longer live underwater. Luckily, her two friends rushed her up to the surface so she could breathe. Ursula crackled with glee. She intended to make sure Ariel did not get her kiss. Once Ariel was safe on the beach, Scuttle said, "There's something different about you, Ariel. I just can't put my foot on it." Ariel showed him her two legs. She wanted to tell Scuttle about what happened to her, but since Ursula had taken her voice, Sebastian had to explain. When Ariel tried to stand, she found that balancing on her new legs was harder than it looked. You can do it," said Scuttle. "Just watch me." Sebastian shook his head in disbelief. "How am I going to tell the king about this?" he wondered. Meanwhile, Eric had not forgotten about the girl who had saved his life. Although he hadn't seen her, he had fallen in love with her wonderful voice. Eric would have given his entire kingdom to find her. Then, as he was walking with Max, he saw Ariel on the beach. "Have we met before?" Eric asked, his heart skipping a beat. but his hopes were soon dashed when he found that Ariel couldn't speak. She can't be the one, he thought. Still, the prince felt sorry for Ariel, so he brought her to his castle. His servants fed her and gave her pretty clothes to wear. The next day, the prince took Ariel for a coach ride through the kingdom. She's so lovely, Eric said to himself. If only she were the girl I've been searching for. The next day, the prince took Ariel for a boat ride. There isn't much time, thought Ariel. If he doesn't kiss me soon, I will become Ursula's slave. Although Ariel didn't know it, the prince was falling in love. He was just about to kiss her, but Flotsam and Jetsam had been watching them, and they tipped the boat over and sent the young couple tumbling into the water before Ariel could get her kiss. Ursula had been watching the couple in their magic bubble. She decided to trick Eric so Ariel would never get her kiss. The witch transformed herself into a beautiful girl. With Ariel's voice locked inside the seashell necklace, Ursula would sound just like Eric's true love. The following day, as Ursula walked along the beach, the sound of Ariel's beautiful voice filled the air. Eric could hardly believe his ears. The girl who had saved his life and finally came back to him. Quickly, the sea witch put a spell on Eric, and he decided to marry her right away. Ursula's nasty trick had worked. She and Eric were to be married on his ship that very day. In her cabin, Ursula laughed, and she looked at herself reflection in the mirror. Luckily, Scuttle saw Ursula's real reflection too. Scuttle and Flounder rushed off to find Ariel and tell her all about the sea witch's last trick. Don't worry, Ariel, we'll help you, said Scuttle, and Flounder pulled her out to the ship. Then Scuttle flew to the ship. With the help of the sea lions, pelicans, and other birds, Scuttle stopped the wedding as Ariel climbed over the railing and the birds tore at Ursula's clothing and pulled her hair. The seashell broke from Ursula's neck. When it broke, Ariel's voice returned to her. Instantly, Ariel called out to warn the prince. Then Eric knew he had been tricked, but time had run out. The sun had started to set, and Ariel was already turning back into a mermaid. You belong to me now, gloated Ursula, who had turned back into her mean, ugly self. She grabbed Ariel and slithered into the sea. But Eric was not about to let Ariel slip away this time. Grappling a harpoon, he dived into the sea and hurled it at the sea witch. That made Ursula angrier than ever. She transformed herself into a huge monster and tried to crash poor Ariel and the prince with her black tentacles. Eric clutched the little mermaid to him, trying to protect her from the witch's fury. Eric knew he had to do something and fast. Climbing aboard a ship that Ursula, angry thrashing, had raised from the bottom of the sea, he grabbed the wheel. He aimed the ship's arrow. Eric knew he had to do something and fast. Climbing aboard a ship that Ursula's angry thrashing had raised from the bottom of the sea, he grabbed the wheel. He aimed the ship's prow at Ursula and sailed full speed ahead. As the boat struck the witch, she let out a terrible scream. Then she was gone. Everyone was glad the sea which was gone, but Ariel was still unhappy. Even Triton could see that his daughter was truly in love. So, using his magic powers, he granted Ariel her dearest wish. He made her human again. Triton watched as Eric and Ariel walked back to the castle. I'm going to miss her, King Triton said to Sebastian, but I know they'll be happy. Soon after that, Eric and Ariel were married in the splendid ship aboard, wedding with all the mer people looking on, and just as King Triton had predicted, they lived happily ever after. The end. Ooh, my legs, my legs, my legs, my legs. There we go. My legs, I gotta stretch them. Okay. A turkey for Thanksgiving. A turkey for Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving morning. Mr. Moose helped Mrs. Moose set the Thanksgiving table. Sheep will sit here. He likes a chair that's straight up and down, Mr. Moose said. Rabbit here, Porcupine here, and Mr. and Mrs. Goat there. He smiled at his wife. Isn't it nice to have friends to share Thanksgiving? Mrs. Moose said 2 paper pilgrims, one at each end of the table. She placed the paper turkey with its great fan of a tail between the candles and stood back. They look good, my dear, Mr. Moose said. Mrs. Moose sighed. Yes, but I wish we had a real turkey. Everyone always has a turkey for Thanksgiving. Everyone but us. Mrs. Moose nuzzled Mrs. Moose's head. Well, that won't do. I will go this minute and find you a turkey for Thanksgiving. Mr. Moose put on his cap and went out. Mitts wandered through the bare trees. The cold made his nose water. Rabbit poked his head from his rabbit hole. Mr. Moose, is it dinner time? Not quite yet. Mr. Moose wants a turkey. Mrs. Moose wants a turkey. I'm off to find one. Rabbit joined him in 3 quick hops. I'll come too. Moose's warm breath hung white in front of him. Snow crunched under his hooves and made little holes. That rabbit jumped over. I see the goats, Rabbit said. Mr. Goat raised his head and spat out the tin can he was chewing. Is it dinner time? He called. Not till I find a turkey, Mr. Moose said. We saw one down by the river, Mrs. Goat told him, and Mr. Goat added, a fat one. The goats leaped down from their perch. We'll show you. Sheep was farther up the hillside, looking round as a fur ball in his winter coat. Is it dinner time? He bellowed. First, I have to find a turkey, Mr. Moose bellowed back. There's a turkey nest on the riverbank, she called. Wait for me. The earth smelled of ice and moss as they crunched along. Above them, a crow hung black as a puff of wood smoke. Porcupine was hiding in the underbrush. It's you, he said, and put his quills down. We're off to get a turkey for Mrs. Moose. Mrs. Moose exclaimed, do you want to come? I'm slow, Porcupine said. Pick me up on your way back. Who'd want to pick you up? Sheep asked, and laughed his bleat of laugh. I'll wait, Porcupine told Moose. They saw Turkey's nest right away, Turkey himself peering over the top of it. Turkey, Turkey! Mr. Moose called his sweetest voice. Ugh! Turkey blundered from his nest and ran. Mr. Moose lumbered after him. Turkey, don't run! We just want you for Thanksgiving dinner. Turkey ran fast. Uh-oh. Mr. Moose saw the red and blue sheen of Turkey's neck. Turkey's tail brushed crumbs of snow behind him as he tried to fly. Too fat, Mr. Goose said. Turkey's leg bent in the middle as he fell. Mr. Moose put a boot hoof on his head and smiled his great toothy smile. I hope you don't have other plans for Thanksgiving, Turkey. Uh-oh. He helped Turkey up. My wife won't mind that you're too fat, he said. Let's go. It's getting close to dinner time. They marched Turkey in front. I'm sorry about this, for I can see you don't want to come, Mr. Moose said, but I must insist. A promise is a promise. Ooh. Turkey's in for a rude awakening. There was a wreath of dried fruit on the moose's door inside. The house was filled with Thanksgiving smells. Mr. Moose had hid Turkey behind him. Look who I brought, Mrs. Moose, he said. Sheep, the goats, the rabbit, and porcupine. And ta-da! He pushed Turkey around in front of him. For you, a turkey for Thanksgiving. Mrs. Moose clapped her hooves. I'm so happy to have you, Turkey. Thank you, Mr. Moose. Now everything's perfect. Shall we sit? Sheep asked, heading for a straight up and down chair. Let's, Mr. Moose pointed. Rabbit here, Porcupine here, and Mr. and Mrs. Goat here. Look, I brought a chair from the other room in hopes of Turkey. A chair? A chair? Turkey explained, stammered. Right next to me, Mrs. Moose said. Light the candles, Mr. Moose. There were bowls of acorns, alfalfa sprouts, dried since summer. There were willow bark and cured grass and wild parsley. There were pressed leaves, thin and pale as new ice on a pond. I hope you find something here to your liking, Mr. Turkey, Mrs. Moose said. I wasn't sure of your taste. You are so kind to worry about my taste, Turkey said. I thought you were worrying about how I'd taste. Heavens, no! Heavens, no! Heavens, no! Mr. Moose smiled his toothy smile. I filled everyone's cup with cold spring water. It's so nice to have friends around the table at Thanksgiving. Turkey's waddles wobbled. It's even nicer to be at your table and not on it, he said. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving, Turkey. The end. Oh, my legs. Okay. The Chicken Book. The Chicken Book. The Chicken Book. Said the first little chicken with a queer little squirm. I wish I could find a fat little worm. Said the next little chicken with an odd little shrug. I wish I could find a fat little slug. Said the third little chicken with a sharp little squeal. I wish I could find someone nice yellow some I wish I could find some nice yellow meal. Said the fourth little chicken with a small sigh of grief. I wish I could find a little green leaf. Said the fifth little chicken with a faint little moan. I wish I could find a wee gravel stone. Now see here, said the mother from the green garden path. If you want any breakfast, just come here and search. The end. Curious George discovers space. Are you curious about outer space? George is too. Come along and see what's happening at the Space Center. Professor Wiseman had invited George and his friend, the man with the yellow hat, to the Space Center. Professor Einstein and Professor Pizza needed help to restock the space station with food and supplies. They invited the man with the yellow hat to ride a space shuttle up through Earth's atmosphere to space. He would enter orbit and pass near the space station to make his discovery. The man would get to experience weightlessness. How would you like to float inside a spaceship? Of course, George was disappointed he wouldn't be able to come along. But in order for the man to release the supplies, he needed to be able to push the 4 buttons all at the same time. The man only had 2 hands. He couldn't do that, but a monkey could. George was thrilled to help. He couldn't do that. The hungry scientists on the spaceship would soon have more food to eat. George would also deliver some new supplies to help them with science experiments. You must launch the payload exactly the same moment, Professor Einstein said to George. George nodded. He would have to listen to instructions carefully. Do you think that would be hard for one little monkey? Liftoff was success, but then George wanted to look at the supplies. He took some of them out to play. He couldn't get them back inside. Quickly enough, George missed the payload launch. He passed right by the space station without sending the supplies. George would have to orbit Earth one more time. George, you have enough fuel for only one more orbit. You have to get the supplies back to their containers. The next time you pass, the station will be the last chance. We have to bring you home, warned Professor Wiseman. George was used to cleaning his room. It was good practice for cleaning up the mess in the ship. He was ready in time to launch the supplies. Hooray! They made it to the space station. George had one more task to complete. He had to make it back to the ground safely. To do this, the shuttle had to re-enter Earth's atmosphere at the right moment. It was a good thing George listened to the instructions. This time, he pulled the lever that controlled the ship's direction. He could now land the ship back at the Space Center. His friends congratulated him on a successful mission. On to our next problem, said Professor Pizza. Once the shuttle mission was over, we were having trouble with our Mars rover. The controllers were getting stuck here at the Space Center. We are warned that it actually lands on Mars. That when it actually lands on Mars, it will also get stuck on the rocks, added Professor Einstein. A Mars rover is a vehicle especially made for exploring the red planet and sending information back to Earth, the man explained. They're testing the new rover here at the Space Center. George was excited to see the launch at the last Mars rover. He hoped they could figure out this problem together. They sat around a table to talk and plan. The man asked, since Mars is has lower gravity than Earth, it is possible the problem won't even happen here. Professor Pizza agreed. That's certainly possible if the pull of the Earth's gravity is causing the sticking. It might not stick in Mars's low gravity. With the low gravity on Mars, you could fit 3 times more there, said Professor Wiseman. If the rover sticks, maybe we can get it going by giving it another push. George imagined how strong he would be on Mars. With all the people talking, George fell asleep. He dreamed he was going to be the first monkey headed to Mars. In his dream, Professor Wiseman told him, it's an important mission, George. If the rover sticks, your job is to give it a push. The man was going on the space mission with George. How lucky. When the spaceship finally landed on Mars, George was sitting on top of Mars's rover. When it was released, he went with it. The rover bounced along the surface. The red planet. George was on a runaway vehicle. Lucky for George, he found the remote that controlled the rover. He was able to slow down the rover. Wow, he also had a book about the Mars terrain. He could explore Mars. George rolled over a very deep, very wide valley that looked like the Grand Canyon, only much larger. The book told him it was called Valley's Moraines. The Valley's Moraines. George also found Olympus Mons, the highest volcano in our solar system. It had a great view. He wished his friend could enjoy it too. At last, George could see where his rocket had landed. He began to drive the rover back toward the spaceship. But that's when the rover got stuck. George opened the panel and discovered a great big globs of green gum were clogging up the controls. No wonder it kept sticking. Luckily, in the low gravity of Mars, George was able to use his super strength to pick up the vehicle and carry it back to the ship. It was when George woke up from his dream, he knew why the real Mars rover controls were getting stuck. He remembered Professor Einstein throwing his gum away in the control room. George led the scientists right to the control panel, gummed up with green chewing gum. Professor Einstein had been using the rover control system as a trash bin by accident. Oops, Professor said. Do you think the Mars rover was able to launch after all? After the control panel had been cleaned, of course. It's a good thing monkeys are dreamers, the man said. George agreed. He had many dreams as big as the one traveling to Mars. The end. Chester's Way. Chester's Way. Chester had his own way of doing things. He always cut his sandwiches diagonally. He always got out of bed on the same side, and he never left the house without double knotting his shoes. Chester always had the same thing for breakfast, toast with jam and peanut butter. He always carried a miniature first aid kit in his back pocket just in case. You definitely have a mind of your own, said Chester's mother. That's one way to put it, said Chester's father. Chester's best friend Wilson was exactly the same way. That's why they were best friends. Chester wouldn't play baseball unless Wilson played, and they never swung at first pitch or slid head first. Wilson couldn't ride his bike unless Chester wanted to, and they always used hand signals. If Chester was hungry, Wilson was too, but they rarely ate between meals. Some days I can't tell those two apart, said Wilson's mother. Me neither, said Wilson's father. Chester and Wilson, and Chester and Wilson, Wilson and Chester. That's the way it was. They loved to go on picnics. Once when Wilson accidentally swallowed a watermelon seed and cried because he was afraid that a watermelon plant would grow inside him, Chester swallowed one, two. Don't worry, said Chester. Now, if you grow a watermelon plant, I'll grow one too. Chester duplicated his Christmas list every year and gave a copy to Wilson because they always wanted the same things anyway. For Halloween, they always dressed as things they went together. Salt and pepper shakers, 2 mittens on a string, ham and eggs. They really are 2 peas in a pod, said Chester's mother. Looks like it, said Chester's father. In spring, Chester and Wilson shared the same umbrella. In winter, they never threw snowballs at each other. In fall, they raked leaves together. In summer, they reminded each other to wear sunscreen so they wouldn't burn. Chester and Wilson, Wilson and Chester, that's the way it was. And then Lily moved into the neighborhood. Lily had her own way of doing things. She wore band-aids all over her arms and legs to look brave. She talked backwards to herself. Sometimes no one would know what she was saying. She never left the house without one of her nifty disguises. Lily waved at all the cars that passed by, even if she didn't know who was in them. She always carried a loaded squirt gun in her back pocket, just in case. She definitely has the mind of her own, said Chester. That's one way to put it, said Wilson. When Lily asked Chester and Wilson to play, they said they were busy. When she called them up on the phone, they disguised their voices and said they weren't home. If Lily was walking on one side of the street, Chester and Wilson crossed to the other and hid. She's something else, said Chester. Looks like it, said Wilson. One day, while Chester and Wilson were practicing their hand signals, some older boys rode by pointing wheelies. They cried. Chester and Wilson had yelled personal remarks. Chester and Wilson didn't know what to do. Just when they were about to give up hope, a fierce-looking cat with horrible fangs jumped out of the bushes and frightened the older boys. Who are you? Cat replied. Thank you, Lily, said Chester. You're welcome, Chester said. Thank you, Lily, said Wilson. You're welcome, Wilson, said Lily. I said Chester. I'm glad you had your squirt gun, said Wilson. I always do, said Lily, just in case. Afterward, Chester invited Lily out for lunch. You have a Muscle Mouse cup, said Lily. I do too, said Lily. Of course, said Chester. I do too, said Lily. Same here, said Wilson. Chester and Wilson cut their sandwiches diagonally. Lily asked Chester's mother if she had a cookie cutter. She made stars and flowers and bells. That's neat, said Chester. Wow, said Wilson. That night, Lily invited Chester and Wilson to sleep over. You have night light, said Chester. Of course, said Lily. I do too, said Chester. Same here, said Wilson. Chester and Wilson wanted toast with jam and peanut butter for breakfast the next morning. Boring, said Lily. Try this instead. It's good, said Chester. Wow, said Wilson. After that, when Lily asked Chester and Wilson to play, they said yes. When she called them up on the phone, they had pleasant conversations. And if Lily was walking on one side of the street, Chester and Wilson waved and ran to catch up with her. Chester and Wilson taught Lily hand signals, and she taught them how to pop wheelies. Lily taught Chester and Wilson how to talk backwards. They taught her how to double knot her shoes. Some days I can't tell those three apart, said Lily's mother. Me neither, said Lily's father. Chester, Wilson, and Lily. Lily and Wilson and Chester. That's the way it was. For Halloween, they dressed as the three blind mice. For Christmas, Lily gave Chester and Wilson nifty disguises, and they gave her a box of multicolored shoelaces, extra long for double knotting. They loved to go on picnics. When Chester and Wilson told Lily about how they had each other, They loved to go on picnics. When Chester and Wilson told Lily about how they had each swallowed a watermelon seed once, Lily swallowed 3 of them. I'll grow a watermelon plant for each of us, she said. In spring, Chester, Wilson, and Lily shared the same umbrella. In winter, they never threw snowballs at each other. In fall, they raked leaves together. In summer, they reminded each other to wear sunscreen so they wouldn't burn. And Chester and Wilson and Lily and Wilson and Chester. That's the way it was. And then Victor moved into the neighborhood. It's going to be Chester and Lily. It's going to be Chester and Lily, Wilson. It's going to be Chester, Wilson, Lily, and Victor. Building buddies. One sunny morning, Raccoon decided to take a walk in search of some juicy berries. He walked past the big spruce tree until finally he came to the river. On the other side was a bush covered with delicious berries. I need to cross the river to get to those delicious berries, thought Raccoon. He slowly dipped in his toe, but the strong current almost pulled him in. The river is much too fast. How will I ever get across? Wondered Raccoon. Raccoon looked down and saw a mouse trying to cross the river. Wait, cried Raccoon. The river is too fast. It's not safe. But how will we get to the other side? Asked Mouse. Mouse and Raccoon thought long and hard. I know, explained Mouse. We can build a bridge. All we need is some wood nails, a hammer, and a saw. Raccoon loved the plan. He was ready to start building. Do you have some wood? Raccoon asked. No, said Mouse. Do you have some nails? Raccoon asked. No, said Mouse. Do you have a hammer? Raccoon asked. No, said Mouse. Do you have a saw? Raccoon asked. No, said Mouse. No wood, no nails, no hammer, no saw. Mouse sat down with a frown. He was sad. We will never get across the river, sighed Mouse. Don't worry, Mouse. We can find other materials that will work, said Raccoon as he ran into the forest. Follow me. Look, long, sturdy branches, said Raccoon. Then Mouse found some strands of thick grass. We can use this grass to tie the bridge together, said Mouse. Raccoon and Mouse jumped up and down with excitement. Soon the bridge was complete. Together they scurried across the bridge, celebrated their resourceful plan with a feast of berries. The end. Curious George discovers the seasons. George was a good little monkey and always very curious. Do you want to hear about the time George's curiosity helped him learn all about the seasons? It all started on a cold winter day. The leaves were gone and the grass was brown, but there wasn't a snowflake in sight. George had to bundle up in his winter coat, but when he got outside, he wasn't sure what to do. There was no fallen leaves to play in. There was no birds to watch. George had toys for warm days, toys for snowy days, but nothing for just plain cold days. George had an idea. He could visit with the bunnies. But when he went to the next door, the bunnies weren't in their hutch. He found his friend Bill and the bunnies inside. I'm going to bring them to my grandmother's house for the winter, George, Bill told him. It's just too cold here to keep bunnies outside in their house. George was disappointed to see the bunnies go. Then Bill asked him to do a special job. While I'm away, will you feed Jumpy Squirrel for me? He asked. There's lots of nuts and seeds in winter, so it's an important job. George was happy to help. George fed Jumpy, but that took only a minute. He wasn't sure what to do after that. He looked around his yard and thought about summer. He missed his pool blowing bubbles. Everything fun seemed to happen in the spring, summer, or fall. George decided he wasn't going to let winter ruin his fun. It might not actually be summer, but he could still do summer things. George got that hose and filled his little pool with water, but when he jumped in, the water was so cold, George got to brrr. You ran into the house, soaked your feet in warm water to get rid of the chill, the man with the yellow hat said. The warm bath was a lot nicer than the cold pool. George felt much better. The next day it was even colder. George bundled into his coat scarf when he went out to play. He wanted to enjoy being outside in the winter as much as he would in the other seasons. He sat by his pool to relax. Then George blew some bubbles for Jumpy, but when Jumpy tried to pop a bubble, they discovered that it had frozen. Bubbles could freeze. George felt like he was freezing too. George went inside to warm up and drink some hot cocoa. He was puzzled. How could a monkey have any fun outside, even when everything kept freezing? Suddenly, George had an idea. He could use frozen things to make a game. He filled a balloon and several cartons from the recycling bin with water. Then he brought them outside so they would freeze in the cold air. George didn't notice when Jumpy accidentally spilled some seeds and nuts into the cartons of water. The next morning was the coldest day yet. George had to wear a hat, scarf, and coat to stay warm. He didn't mind, though. He went to check on the balloon and cartons of water he'd left out the night before. They were frozen solid. George couldn't wait to set them up to play a game of ice winter bowling. Ice winter bowling. Ooh. My legs. Ice winter bowling. When he took the ice from the cartons, he saw some of Jumpy's seeds and nuts frozen inside each block. Oh, well, George tried to blow anyway. Jumpy chased the blocks and tried to break his breakfast out of the bowl. It wasn't ice bowling. It was fun. Besides, George knew he could try this new bowling invention again the next day. He filled the cartons and balloons with water once more and left them outside. In the morning, George bundled up. You're not going to need that hat and scarf today, George, his friend said. George went outside. It felt more like spring or fall than winter. George checked on his cartons and balloon, hoping for another round of ice bowling, but the water hadn't turned to ice. It was too warm for it to freeze. The weather was very confusing. When it isn't supposed to be cold in the winter and warm in the other seasons, George went back into the house. Uh-oh. But later that day, something amazing happened. George thought he saw something outside his window. When he went to look, it was snowing. George thought it was cold enough to snow. It might be cold enough for water to freeze again. And cold enough to make a new ice bowling set. Maybe the cold could be fun after all. George realized that winter, spring, summer, and fall were all great in their own way. Right now, he had winter toys to play with and a whole chilly season to enjoy. The end. Hanukkah Hamster. Hanukkah Hamster. December had come to the city. Decorations glittered on rooftops and windows. People rushed in and out of stores to buy gifts for the holidays. All day long, Edgar drove them in his cab. At the end of his shift, he was so tired he climbed into the back seat of his cab and took a little nap. Oof! Something scrambled into his chest. Aye! Something hairy brushed his face. Was it a dream? No, it was a hamster. Edgar scooped it up. It was a hamster settled into his hand. His feet were so pink and teeny, two beady black eyes blinked. Edgar stroked the hamster's back and then set it in his lunch bag. He wondered who'd left the hamster in the cab. But so many customers had gotten in and out. Edgar phoned in a report to Lost and Found, the cab company. At his apartment, using a cardboard box and shredded paper, Edgar made a home for the hamster. There you go, he said the Hanukkah blessing, and while the night stars watched, he lit 2 candles on the menorah. The next day, Edgar drove more people on their holiday errands. He got a message from the Lost and Found, saying that nobody had called about the hamster. That night, after lighting 3 candles, Edgar made chopped salad, the kind he used to eat back home. He minced a teeny one for the hamster. You and me again. Edgar looked at the cucumbers and chickpeas on his plate. Then he watched the hamster nibble on its own salad. Okay if I call you Chickpea? The following night, Edgar stopped at the Lost and Found desk. Has anybody called about the hamster? The manager shook her head. Edgar looked at hamster supplies at a pet shop. He counted the tip money in his pockets, enough for a nice wheel. I really shouldn't, Edgar thought, so instead he bought food. When he got home, he said the blessing and lit 4 candles. Chickpea got into the bowl with his hamster food. He did a backflip. Was that a little smile? Edgar took pictures on his phone and shared them with his family in Israel. Day 5 of Hanukkah dawned cold and brisk. Throughout his shift, Edgar checked for messages, but no one had claimed the hamster. That night, he made a slide out of a cardboard tube. Chickpea whooshed down. Whee! His nose twitched. On days 6 and 7 of Hanukkah, Edgar had a skinny feeling. Someone might be missing the little hamster. Someone might be about to call. While the Hanukkah candles burned down, Edgar told Chickpea about Tel Aviv, about the outer cafes, the palm trees, the warm breezes. He petted him on his black strip, and the hamster fell asleep. The next morning, Edgar drove a customer to the outskirts of town. When he stopped the cab, the house looked familiar. So did a woman standing on the front of one of them with a boy. She was a woman he'd driven a few days ago, and that must be her son. Edgar felt a pinch in his heart. Oh, poor Edgar. He made himself wave and rolled down the window. Little boy, he called, did you lose your hamster? The hamster, the boy cried. I bought him for my classroom, the woman said. He disappeared the same day. She looked closely at Edgar, but I didn't think he'd escaped during the cab ride. We thought he was hiding in the bedding, the boy said. Then we saw that the cage door was loose. Aww. Edgar showed them pictures on his phone. I've been calling him Chickpea. Here he is eating salad, his favorite. He is going down the slide. Look at his black stripe. He loves it when you pet him there. The woman squinted down at one of the photos. Do I see a menorah? Yes, said Edgar. Me and the hamster have been celebrating Hanukkah together. You and the hamster, the woman said. Do you have a family here? No, they're back in Israel, so you live by yourself, Edgar nodded. Edgar nodded. Oh, it was very kind of you to take care of the hamster and let us know. No trouble at all, Edgar said. You picked out a good one. He took a deep breath. So I have to return him to you tomorrow before work. I can. The boy touched his mother's arms, and the two of them exchanged glances. I think this hamster belongs with you, the woman said to Edgar. He looks right at home. She reached out to shake his hand and wished him a wonderful holiday. Aww. She gave Edgar the hamster. That evening, while the stars shone above the kitchen window, Edgar said the blessing and lit all the candles on the menorah. He set out a donut for himself and a new wheel for his friend. Happy Hanukkah, Chickpea. The end. Oops.